everyone. No one's here yet, but if you do, hello. I'm going to read Commons Beaumont's Britain, the Key to World History. But I'm going to wait a moment or two, see if anyone pops up. Give it a few minutes. But hopefully I'll get a few people to come by. Bonjour, hello, how are you? Hope you're well. Excuse me, I'm just messaging someone. Hello, kitties. Kitties? Kits, tis, I think that's right. Excuse me one moment. Hello, Dolly GT. How are you? Are you well? Excuse me. Just trying to get this back up together. There we go. So I'm going to read. I've just been doing some art. I've had this for a while, but I'm just having a little mess about with it. See if I can make it any more eye-catching. Excuse the pun. Anyone see it? Do you all see this all right? It's just a bit of art I've done. These little indentations, because the paint pens, you've got to push and it causes a little indentation. So we'll see what happens. But at the moment, I'm going to talk to you about this book. And this book is basically something that I'd heard of this guy, Commons Beaumont, through Michael Tessarion, but I've never ever, I hadn't like read any of his work or heard any of it. Hello Aurora, hello. Or I didn't really know anything about his work. I just heard about him and the fact that Michael Tessarion sort of sang his praises made me interested. And then somehow, I think it was Stephen J.B. Beatty's channel. He played a guy called GED Skeptics reading. So he's read it out loud and recorded it, and it's really good. And it made me like want to invest my time into learning about it. um, yeah, cheers, Liam. And I'm glad I did because it's fascinating. Very grateful to the wonderful Mr. Squirrel Sniper, friend of mine, who sent me this not PDF, but archive.org gives you the chance to download it or upload it or whatever it's called. And I'm lucky enough that Mr. Larry Cypress sent me the PDF of The Great Deception, his book he wrote after this. So here we go. Hope I haven't taken too long explaining it, Liam. I would hate to think I bored you. If I have, then go away. Oh yeah, and it is regarding the book Britain, the Key to World History, which he thinks, and he spent a lot of time and effort coming to this conclusion and trying to prove this point, although he would have been greatly lambasted about it. But this guy, Commons Beaumont, was a editor of the Daily Mail in the UK, so anyone knows about the British papers is will know Daily Mail is quite sort of well thought of, not necessarily by everyone, but right. I would like to thank Goddess Energy channel as well. I don't know how she does it, but she sort of channels my story. I'm not always, but quite often. It came through to me today. I was listening to another channel, and at 4:44 I paused it by pure chance. I didn't mean to. And when I pressed pause, it came up 4:44. I thought, oh, bargain, 4:44. And boom, message come through, Goddess Energy. So I listened, and oh, what a lovely message. What is my story? I'm going to get rid of you. Okay. No disrespect to Liam, but you know. Anyway, I'm going to read this. Don't know how much I'll read. We'll see how far I get. I do know my good friend London Man is streaming live at the moment, and I haven't meant to go on live when he's gone on live, but I'd already decided to do this because I think it's quite important. Something I've needed to do for a while is to read this, and I'm hoping anyone who's watching his show after he's finished might pop by and say hello to me because I know most of them. Right, so this was printed in Great Britain by William Brendan and Son Limited, Mayflower Press of Late of Plymouth, at Bushy Mill Lane, Watford, Herts. When was it printed? Doesn't say. And it's got a quote here. And on earth shall be monsters, a generation of dragons and men, and likewise serpents. And that is Clement, Apocalyptic Fragment. I guess it's his book. I don't know about Clement. I've heard of him. Anyway, the contents of this book. Forward, page 9. Part 1. Crete, motherland of men and gods. The Shetland Isles and prehistoric Crete, and the collapse of the Cretan Empire. And I come up with this. I was listening to Paul Cook talking about concrete and geopolymer. One day I was listening and I thought, concrete. So I look at the word. I thought, the con of Crete. Because this concrete or geopolymer, whatever you want to call it, is so old. It's like as old as time. They've been using it for so long. And you think of concrete coming through the Greeks and then the Romans, but it was many years before. So that's just something I come up with. But doesn't mean it's right, but that's what I like to do. Look at words and then sort of break them down. Part 2, the Garden of Eden, which I believe I am in. And I myself have come up with quite a few theories or noticed quite a few things about where I live in Somerset, place called Beaumont, and there's part of it, our town called Paradise. And the Paradise legend is that Joseph of Arimathea, who is potentially Jesus' uncle, great uncle in fact, I think he was Mary's uncle. So I've learned, it's not necessarily right. Some people say that he could have been his twin brother. Now, once again, I'm not sure about that. So, but they came to Britain when Jesus was young, as a young boy, in the years between in the Bible when they left and then when he come back. So I'm not too sure exactly how many years that was, or what years, what parts of that sort of missing time it was, but he came here, and so there's lots of legends of Jesus coming to England, and one of them is that they had to stop at Loo Island in Cornwall because of rough seas, because Cornwall was a tin capital. And then another one said, I've heard that he went to Uphill. Now I think this is when Jesus came to England. Now, once again, I cannot prove this, but this is how the legend goes. As a boy, and then they went to, so they would have travelled up the River Axe probably, and they went to a place called Charterhouse and Priddy actually, where they had numerous lead mines, and one of the people that I've listened to and I've had one of the biggest impacts on me on this journey and what I've been learning about this whole Paradise story. It was a guy called Edmund Marriage who used to run the Golden Age project, and he had an uncle called Christian O'Brien and an auntie who was actually his auntie. She was married to Christian O'Brien, Barbara Joy O'Brien, and they wrote numerous books. One of them called The Shining Ones, one of them called The Genius of the Few, I think it was. I'm sure that's what it was. Another one called The Megalithic Odyssey, which talks about megaliths in the UK and how Bodmin Moor was just like a centre of excellence for astronomy, and so was by here, what I just mentioned earlier, Priddy on the Mendips. It's believed that was a astronomical observatory, and they used, rather than telescopes, they had these super polished copper plates that would reflect the night sky, and that's That's how they were able to observe better than just with the naked eye. So that was something that stuck in my head for a long time. And the one of the main reasons why it sort of resonated with me was because Edmund Marriage was saying about on Priddy that they used the beach at Breen, which is where I live, Breen, Barrow and Burnham, the three Bs. And because he talked about Breen Beach, which is very close to my heart, I was like, oh, so that was in my head for a long time. And for years, I was searching for this point because what he explained was they calibrated their instruments by using Breen Beach because the sea is always perfectly level. Although, like up close, the sea could be really rough, crashing up and down, or completely still. From a height, looking down, it's always perfectly level, whereas the land undulates and up and down hills and valleys and flat plains or whatever. So I've been looking for this point, and it took me absolutely years to find it. It really did, because from when they talk about Priddy, it's like on top of the hill, and to be able to see the beach at Breen from Priddy, actual Priddy, you can't see it. And it was only one day I'd gone with my friend Sam we'd gone to Wells, which is an ancient city, and the smallest city in the UK. It's got a fantastic cathedral there. And we decided to go somewhere else, and I thought, well, we'll go. I was thinking, let's go to. What was I thinking? Let's go to. Oh bloody hell, what's it called? Forgotten. I'll remember in a minute. It's like Cheddar Gorge, but it's smaller. And there's also the Rock of Ages. The guy who wrote the Rock of Ages wrote it there. He's caught in a storm in the cave, and it's called something Coon. Oh, it's going to do my head in now. Anyway, we started driving up there, and driving along towards there's a big mast on the Mendips at Priddy. It's huge, like it's a telephone, like radio and TV mast, I think it is. I was driving along towards it, and coming up to the T-junction where the mast is, I looked to my right, just as I drove past this house, corner of my eye, and noticed that the house was called Barrow House. I was like, hey, because I'm very much interested in long barrows and all that sort of stuff. I was like, as I look at the mast is on a huge barrow, massive barrow. I was like, I want to go and have a closer look, so I parked up by it. I thought, well, I don't know, because you're not really supposed to go up there. And so I sort of shied away from it, although one day I will go up there. Anyway, driving on down past the mast to see if there's another way to get in, which wouldn't be so obvious. And driving down, I've seen this bird of prey. I was like, so I've been noticing birds of prey a lot. And it flew down. I was looking at us. So I pull up, and it flew down round and landed on a telegraph pole in the field. I was like, oh wow, interesting. And then this other one, the second one, flew right past me, right down, right next to me, look at me, flew up behind me and landed on a telegraph pole on the other side of the road. And I thought, wow, this is mad. I was like, no way. So I said to Sam about it, and she said, listen, that's animism. She said, they're telling you to go down there because you're either side of the road, trying to guide you down. So we went down, and we pulled up, and I seen these two people walking. I was like, excuse me, are you from around there? And they went, yeah. And I said, I'm from Barrow. And they went, oh, we used to live in Barrow. So I started chatting straight away. I told them the story of I was looking for this place with the view of the beach, which I just couldn't find. And they advised me that up on a little hill with loads of woods around it was a quarry, And I was like, quarries, because I'm really interested in quarries and lime kilns because of the geopolymer thing. So I went, no, we didn't go and actually have a look that day. Sam went into it, and it literally, when we got down to Wookie, which is a place called Wookie Hole, which is really famous, like uh, landmark sightseeing place. Where they got these caves, and there's this legend of this Wookie Hole witch and all that. So we didn't when we went down to Wookie, it started to chuck it down, and I was like, oh, glad we didn't start walking up there because Sam only got soaked. I'd have been alright, but anyway, next time I went there with my friend, and it was really like a really awful time for us both. I'd reconnected with him after years. He's my first friend in the world, and I'd reconnected with him, and he'd been through an awful lot. And then once we reconnected again, um, he rang me, and his son had died. I was like, oh my god! It was like, he was only young. He wasn't. He was in his late teens, but he passed away in his sleep, and it was like, oh god, it was horrible. And I did my best to try and be there for him. I was like, right, do you want to come with me? I want to he's up for walking. He's got a lovely little dog, which I really got lovely connection with his dog. And we went and we climbed up this hill. We went through deep. It's called Split Rock Quarry, and we walked through there, and I found this lime kiln. And while we was there and found this lime kiln, his his ex his ex partner, his boy's mum, rang him up. So I obviously left him to it, and I was like, I had my eyes closed, and I was like, please God, I was like, please help me, help me help him, help other people in any way I can. And I had my eyes closed, and when I opened my eyes, I looked down, and there was this someone had graffitied, and it said X-ray, I think it said, and then it had like a I want to say like a Bluetooth sign next to it and something else. And as I was looking at it, I seen this little money spider, and I was like, oh, like wow, money spider, because like little things like that, it's all part of animism. And I was thinking to myself, X-ray, 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 because like I'm interested in what's known as the Blu-ray, which was a group of people that are here with a mission, a job to do. So look up Blu-rays and might be interested in it if you're sort of drawn to this sort of stuff. And I thought to myself, X-ray, X-ray, X-ray is like ultraviolet light. I was thinking on this X-ray, I've got this X-ray connection. So be that something or nothing. Anyway, we climbed up, and there it was. We climbed up. We went through the woods, and it took ages for us to find our way up there because it was all like heavily fenced off. We weren't supposed to be in there. And also, as I was walking around, I noticed trees had been blown over, massive roots and whatnot. The hole that it had left had literally been filled in. And I was thinking, that's weird. Why are they filling in this tree stump roots hole? Then I realised there's something underneath, and there is. But that's another story. But as we went up there, and then when I climbed to the top and got through the trees and out to the clearing, there it was, like the Holy Grail, literally, the beach. And I was like, I finally found it. I found the part. But this has to be the astronomical observatory Edmund Marriage talks about, and it isn't quite in Pretty. It's near Pretty, but this place is called Split Rock Quarry, and you can literally walk all the way around it. There's a thing called the West Mendip Way. So sorry to get back to the point. Through listening to Edmund Marriage, they're talking about paradise and the Jesus Holy Family and whatnot. And I always had this interest about Joseph and paradise and knowing it was here. but there's not hardly any information about it. It's not hyped up enough because this area where we live in Somerset is predominantly um, tourism, and you think when you've got a connection like this, it was probably one of the most like um, popular, two of the most popular stories in the world ever are the story of Jesus and the story of King Arthur and the Holy Grail, and they are very much intertwined because Joseph supposedly came to England. He sojourned at Paradise, and that's first told in a book or writing, or might even be poetry actually, by a Norman baron called Robert de Boron, and his book in French was called La Histoire Saint Graal, which when they write down and you look up what it means, it says history in brackets, the translation, history of the Holy Grail, and I was like, that doesn't say history, it says histoire. I thought history is the histoire, like histoire, O-L-E, and this said estuary. I thought, oh, it's like estuary. Look it up. Now, when you're talking about old writing, vowels can be moved around quite easily. So it said estuary, but I looked it up and meant estuary. Well, actually, estuary is a estuary with an A, not an O. But still, it's like close enough. And I thought, right, there's a link here, and that means that it was called the Holy Grail estuary. San Graal means Holy Grail. I was like, wow, I'm onto something here. So I started looking it up, looking into stuff about it, about the Paradise story, and bit by bit, it was shown to me in, I don't know, but for instance, in the Bible when they're talking about Garden of Eden and Paradise, there's certain things in the garden that are specific to the garden. One of them is a flaming, revolving sword of revolving light, and like the guards the garden. And I was there thinking, where is this flaming sword of revolving light? It's not around here. And then as I was driving along, I looked up and we got a big old lighthouse. And there's three lighthouses actually, but this one lighthouse was known as the High or occulting, which occulting means hidden. That's all it means. It doesn't mean anything but hidden. Occult means hidden. I thought, oh, interesting. I was driving along and noticed this light. I thought, there it is. Da! Just like Eureka moment. The lighthouse, if you think about a lighthouse, is a revolving light. And it's like a sword. It's like very phallic, but it's like a sword. A sword of revolving light. I was like, oh my god. And as I looked more into it, there is the other lighthouse is right in line, and from a distance they got these two red lines up them, and they marry up. So when they marry up, the sailors know that it's they're on the right depth. I think that's what it is. So they're safe. But these lighthouses are on the ley line that goes through Glastonbury, and it's like the heart chakra. It's like supposedly, if you believe in all that. I definitely believe in something, but I can't be 100% sure of what it is. I don't think anyone really can, but you can do a lot of work on it, and I believe it. There's something about it. What it is, I don't know. So I had come up with these ideas and noticed that in Burnham we used to have, where the Paradise is, there was a river called the River Seager. I didn't know about this. My old boss told me about it. It's into history. Do you know about the River Seager? So I looked it up, and it's really interesting. We've still got these LiDAR pictures of the River Seager, and it's right where Paradise is. And I was thinking, that's interesting. Because in Burnham and Highbridge, you've got the River Axe, which goes round Brean Down, which I spoke about earlier. The River Brew, which comes through Highbridge and goes down to Street, old river. Then the River Parrot, which goes through pullet, a place called Pullet, goes past a place. There used to be a castle there, and it was called Downend, where this castle was, and goes to Bridgewater, and a really interesting guy called James Goddard, or Jimmy Goddard as he's known. He's put quite a few videos out on YouTube, and I've loved them. They're really good. I think it's just called Jimmy Goddard, James Goddard, his channel, but there's quite a few James Goddards out there. But he talks about this ancient Roman port of Uxella, which is like missing, but it's like a like fabled port. So we've got the parrot, the brew, and the axe. But where's the other river? Now, the other river was the River Seeger. So then there's 4 rivers that feed the one river, or the one river feeds the 4 rivers. The River Severn, which was originally called the River Hafren in Welsh. And if we go over the river, it's called the Prince of Wales Bridge now, but it used to be it's Severn Bridge. It says Pont Hafren, which means Severn Bridge. But Severn, Hafren is like Sebren, and the Romans used to call it Sabrina. And there's another synchronicity, because I've been looking up about this thing called the Path of Light, and I typed in by accident on Google, is Sabrina the Path of Light? No, if I put up the Path of Light, and then it come up, is Sabrina the Path of Light? I was like, hey. So I look into it, and there was this game. Let's have a look what it was called a second. I want to say it's called the Path of Light, but I don't think it is. This computer game, what, 2222 as well, perfect. Path of Light. But it was like another little pat on the back, like, is Sabrina the Path of Light? I was like, what? How mad is that? Oh, it's a book. Path of Light journal. Path of Light Oracle Guidebook PDF. But anyway, Path of Light is a computer game, but I can't remember what it's called. It's the actual game. I have to find that out. So look. Sorry about this. Didn't expect to start talking about this, but as it's come into my head, I need to, because it's important. That's what it's called. Oh, interesting. So it's a computer game called Archaica, which is interesting because the wonderful friend of mine, Mr. Squirrel Sniper, who sent me the link to be able to download his book. He is a moderator on Archaic's channel, and the stuff he comes out with is pretty fantastic. I haven't watched enough of his stuff, but I will do. I watched one the other day about orbs. I started to watch it. I haven't watched it all, but it's pretty amazing. Anyway, there's these 4 rivers that feed the one river, the Holy Grail Estuary, we'll call it. I've noticed this, and I've noticed all these different landmarks in the area around. And I was thinking, but I thought nobody's ever said this to me. It just come to me, and then from listening to Stephen J.D. Beatty and GED Skeptic reading this book, I was like, I don't believe it. Someone else is this guy's is saying all the stuff I've come up with, but he talks about it in the 1930s or maybe 40s, and it was like affirmation. But what I was talking about has some credibility, because he talks about it as well. So let's get back to it. Sorry about that. I try to explain the reason why I'm interested in this book and why I have to read it. Because by me reading it as well through this will not only awaken me even more to this story, but hopefully it might pick up a few people that are interested in it as well along the way. So, part one: Crete, motherland of men and gods, the Shetland Isles and prehistoric Crete, to the collapse of the Cretan Empire. Part two: the Garden of Eden. 1. Avebury, city of Hercules, expulsion of Israel from Mizraim. 3. The vicissitudes of Bath and city of Ammon. 4. Gades or Sodom and Avonmouth. Really interested in this because I'm from Bristol, and as we'll find out, it's very important. 5. The Romance of Glastonbury. 6. Avalon, Garden of Eden. Part 3, Climax. 1. Maneuvers of Moses. 2. The Isle of Isaiah. 3. The Wonder in the Land. 4. The First Messiah. 5. The Aftermath. And then appendices: Bible chronology, the Trojan dynasty of Britain, and Jerusalem and Edinburgh. So I would like to be able to start reading part 2, but I have to read part 1 first, obviously. So we might not get to that point tonight, but hopefully we will. See how I get on. And then in this book, because this is a PDF rather than a physical book, and I do intend to get the physical book when I can, but it's expensive. So for now, I'm going to read this. Illustration: a labyrinth of lofty caverns on the Isle of Nos, Shetland. The age-old stones of Avebury, the Adam rocks at Avebury, a medieval map of Bath, city of the waters, claimed as the original Philistine, which is interesting because that's one of my names in the past is Philistine, or Philistine is what I've been told, they say in America. Gath, later named No or Rabath Ammon. A 17th century view of the island of Avalon or Glastonbury, looking from Wiriel Hill towards the hill tour, and I've been to Wiriel Hill with Larry Cypress. We've got some great information there, and I think there's a lot more to that place than what we know. Celtic chessboard fields at Windmill Hill, Wiltshire, as laid out on hilltops in the early Iron Age by some ruling authority. Celtic chessboards fields near St Anne's Farm in the highest part of Wiltshire. The people were removed from the valleys to new hilltop villages before the flood of Atlantis or Noah. Black magic. A Kabiri initiation found on a sculptured stone at Palenque, Mexico. A unique representation of prehistoric knowledge of firearms, which is important in the story. Sacred trees, showing fluorescent symbols of fire weapons. Edinburgh Castle, seen from Prince's Street Gardens, and a view of Arthur's Seat, Edinburgh, claimed as the original Mount of Olives, which is a very interesting because in our work, and my work, and the work of my wonderful friends, the Pathfinders, who are Richard, Robert, and Scott and myself, as I've made a little picture here of the Pathfinders. On one of our videos, we went up Brent Knoll, which I call Mount Sion. And it's interesting that this guy is referring to places in the UK or Edinburgh as the Mount of Olives, and I'd be talking about Brent Knoll being Mount Sion. So, and another thing, Sion, S-I-O-N, not Zion, Z-I-O-N, Sion, And funnily enough, within this work, you'll realise that Hebrew or Aramaic, and also the Egyptian hieroglyphs, and many of the languages, the Welsh, or what was known as Brythonic from the original British people, and the Welsh are like the most, like the ones left, and the Cornish. So we might call them the Celts, but I think the Celts were after the original Britons. Their language is almost exactly the same, and he thinks, and I think as well, and quite a few people online think that actually that this knowledge and this language was the first. The civilization was here first, and Michael Tessarion put this to, not to me, but I found it on Michael Tessarion years ago about this west to east movement of history and civilization, not east to west, because the stuff here in Britain and in Orkney, and I'm not too sure about Shetland to be fair. What a guy who's from Shetland, he can't remember any stone circles, but there must be stuff of antiquity there. This stuff is so much older than all the other places, and it's like the remnants of Atlantis, basically. So shout out to Thomas Sheridan, who talks about this, and to Ashana Dean, who explains about Britain being part of Atlantis, not the whole part, not the whole lot. But it's like the very northeast point of Atlantis. But we can talk about that another time. The important thing is to get through this. So, forward. Excuse me 1 second. This volume is a companion work to The Riddle of Prehistoric Britain, in which I endeavoured to prove by evidence gathered over a wide field from ancient and modern sources that the British Isles were highly civilised from the earliest times, and indeed that Britain may be proudly enthroned as the true and original mother of civilization. I claimed on evidence produced that the supposedly lost island, there we go, or drowned island continent given the name of Atlantis by Plato, was not a mere romance or myth, without substance, as is generally believed, but on the contrary, it was a serious epitome of the most stupendous natural catastrophe which has ever afflicted the human race, both because of the magnitude and the severity of that visitation. I sought, moreover, to prove that the Atlantean calamity was a variation, in other words, of the flood of Noah, or, as the Greek termed it, the deluge of Deucalion. For this purpose, evidence was derived from For this purpose, evidence was derived from geographical, geological, astronomical, historical, and legendary sources to the effect that this major catastrophe afflicted northern and western Europe, mainly the Scandinavian lands, and beyond all the British Isles. I claimed, in fact, that the Atlantis island was no other than the British Isles, which bears the scars of the catastrophe to this day. That Atlantis was not permanently submerged, or even much of it. Tremendous though the ultimate effects were, these islands I showed were the true Hesperides, or happy islands of yore, and are known to have been inhabited from the earliest Paleolithic (Old Stone Age) age onwards, and were the original domicile of the sons of Adam, who were the Titans or giants of classic fame, as well as being the Atlanteans of Plato. So interesting, he's talking about giants, and there are absolutely. Well, I've got a book. It's called The Giants of Stonehenge. Ah, bugger. I charged my battery. Giants of Stonehenge by Hugh Newman and Jim Vieira. And there's literally a whole book of evidence about these giants all around Britain, but especially around this area of the southwest. My object, may I point out, was far greater than any mere academic effort, as some critics seem to imagine, to identify Atlantis. The disaster to Atlantis was only indirectly my theme, for what matters is what lay and still lies behind these facts, as facts I claim they are on the evidence. For if it were the flood of the Scriptures, it thereby brings into the orbit of Northern Europe the nations related to that event directly or indirectly, such as the Chaldeans, Egyptians, Israelites, Hellenes or Greeks, and many others. It cannot be isolated as such, for it challenges the long accepted beliefs and dogma that the flood occurred in the Middle East. The supposedly original Chaldea, as to which, incidentally, in spite of the most careful investigations, even within recent years, there exists not a title of solid geological or other evidence to support such a calamity in those regions. Inferentially, also, if correct, it must undermine the long accepted claims in relation to the lands we term Assyria, Egypt, and Palestine, and I fear necessary disputes the accuracy of many modernist interpretations from inscribed stones or papyrus. In other words, we have been misled in these matters. My sole aim is to get to the truth regarding the past as it bears, in many striking ways, upon the present. But let me say, if the further claims I advance in this work are sustained, it must logically signify that the segregation of Bible history as a thing apart from equivalent classic peoples has piled up completely false conceptions and valuations regarding the history of nations in past times. For example, I produced evidence to show that the Euronids of Crete, which Crete was accepted by the Greeks at least as the, I don't know what it says in Greek, motherland of the original race of mankind, were the equivalent of the people called of Chaldees in the book of Genesis, and that they dwelt not in the Orient or Mediterranean, but in the British Isles. If I prove correct in determining that such roads lead originally to the very ancient group of islands, the Shetland Orkneys, which straddle both Scandinavia and Britain, and that these were largely shattered by a violent natural catastrophe, we begin to perceive that the Gnostics and Curates of Crete were all close kindred to the Chaldeans, were the sons of Set or Shet. And this is important because I come up with the idea, or it came to me, that Dorset. So when people would come to Britain, they came across from France and they go to Portland, which is a very important place, as we'll find out. And then there'd be this like trail that bring you round to here eventually through all the Avebury and Stonehenge and whatnot to Somerset, to Burnham, where you can watch the sun set over the sea. Like Ireland, they call it land of the setting sun. What's the same here? And that there was some connection to Set or Sumer Set. But I couldn't quite work out what it was, but I had this idea. Anyway, he's talking about it as well. Set. So Shetland was Setland. So Shomashek, maybe it was called, as Sean Connery might say. The sun, so close kindred to the Chaldeans were the sons of Set or Shet, the son of Adam, from whom apparently Shetland or Setland acquired its name in the regions of Caledonia. Again, only a variation of Chaldea, whose sons were probably the most ancient existing race of civilized man. The account of the last days of Atlantis is particularly valuable in research, where we are told by Plato of a great war between the Atlanteans and their blood relations who crossed the sea to reach them, a war lasting 13 years, and in the 14th year, when the Atlanteans were at the point of exhaustion, the city of Athens held out and defeated the enemy, but that all her warriors, like those opposed to her, were drowned, leaving aside the statement that the original Athens held out and alone defeated the invaders. It was, according to Plato, an Atlantean city situated on the island, and thus we must assume the mother city of the later Athens in the Mediterranean Greece. Like other early Hellenic sites, can we, however, synchronize Plato with the Bible references to the flood? The actual events of these dramatic 13 years, culminating in the Great Catastrophe, is the main theme of this book. The true arena of the veiled yet historic event, as I endeavour to show, was the clash between the nations known in the scriptures, including Gog and Magog, which is interesting because there's two trees in Glastonbury. I've never been to them, but I must go there. It's going to happen. The two trees, Gog and Magog, and they're ancient. And I think someone like they did on the Holy Thorn on Wiriel Hill, I think someone might have chopped it or burnt it or done something terrible to it. And what goes through these people's minds, I don't know. But I think quite often they're getting provoked by something else that they can't and we can't see. But there you go, that's something else completely. Gog and Magog, in which the invasion and slavery of other Bible peoples in the British Isles was the aim of the invaders. It culminated in extraordinary events, both in the celestial spaces and on this unhappy earth. The final celestial disaster itself, as I described fully in my previous work, was on such an immense and concentrated scale, and at the time so irregular in its distribution, that certain parts were destroyed or rendered uninhabitable for a long period, while yet others escaped with only comparative sufferings. Among its permanent effects were a variation of the Earth's axis, a lengthening of the solar year, and a consequent change in climate, whereby many nations in the north were forced to emigrate to obtain this means of subsistence. So there you go, the whole, what do you say, climate change story is a lot older, and it's happened before many times, so it ain't what we're told, that's for sure. I'm not going to go into that one, but the myth of Phaeton describes how the ill-fated son of Helios, having stolen his father's steeds, tried to drive the chariot of the sun, but they bolted, whereby they threatened the earth's extinction. And Zeus, seeing the whole world was thus in imminent danger of destruction, hurled Phaeton into the river Eridanus in the country of the Cimmerians. Interesting, very interesting. The explanation of the myth, as Plato himself records it, was the declination of celestial bodies. Actually, it would seem a twin or tandem comet, interesting, or tandem comet, which struck the Earth in the Cimmerian Islands. The disastrous event is recorded on, and this is interesting actually, before I carry on with that, the Cimmerian Islands. So I was saying about the Brythonic people and the original Britons being Welsh and Cornish that are here today, not since the invasions of like Rome and Saxons, but they were like the proper British people, and they're known as the Cymry or the Cymry, and they're talking about the Cimmerian. So this is how it all connects with Wales, especially, and Britain, which struck Earth in the Cimmerian Islands. This disastrous event is recorded on certain prehistoric Scottish zodiacs, as I showed in my previous work, in which the chariot of Phaeton is represented symbolically as wheels with a connecting axle, described by Scottish archaeologists as spectacles. Interesting. Oh, hang on. Ah, right. Get that back. Fucking hell. Can you see that? Oops, sorry. Mm, sorry, I just done something I didn't need to do. Excuse me. There we go. Right, sorry about that. Slight malfunction. Right, let's get back to it. There we go. So, a twin or tandem comet which struck the Earth in the Cimmerian or Chimerian lands. Lands, I didn't say islands. That's interesting. The disastrous event is recorded on certain prehistoric Scottish zodiacs, as I showed in my previous work, in which the chariot of Phaeton is represented symbolically as wheels with a connecting axle, described by Scottish archaeologists as spectacles. They, being naturally innocent of the intention of these stones, probably erected by the sons of Set or, say, Chaldeans in the Caledonian Islands. The Cimmerians, in whose country this disaster happened, and where flowed the river Eridanus, converts the mythological into reality. They agree that with the Cymry of Britain or Cimbri of Scandinavian lands, the people known as to classic poets as the Hyperboreans, dwellers beyond the north wind, the Glaciae of Pausanias, the Gauls or Gales or Celts, always the tall, fair-haired and blue-eyed men of the north, which is like me, I'm tall, fair-haired and blue-eyed man of the north. So Phaeton must compel us to understand the myth by making us look to the north of Europe, where he was thrown to earth. In a true revision of the prehistoric past, the Mediterranean becomes only a very secondary settlement of ruling races of mankind from the beginning. Britain's remote ancestors, through many centuries, erected an advanced civilization, built walled cities with towns and villages and ports, and sailed ocean-going ships. Being a maritime people of great fame, they erected also chains of powerful fortresses, some of which have survived the vicissitudes caused by man and the elements for well over 3,000 years, laid long, straight roads, and constructed canals which transported goods from one end of Britain to the other. Her sons faced hazardous voyages long before deep sea soundings were undertaken to the most distant parts of the earth, and established trading centres and commerce while their main search was ever for gold. They manufactured jewels employing gold and silver and bronze, besides precious stones at an early date. They mastered the science of how to manufacture bronze, designed weapons of warfare, and discovered the secret art of how to make and use firearms, otherwise what he calls black magic. Solomon built up his wealth and made the Israelites in his age a dominating people by his knowledge of magic and art described by Josephus in these words. God also enabled him to learn the skill which expels demons, which is a skill useful and sanative to man. Incidentally, Solomon was a Grand Master of Prehistoric Freemasonry, a very ancient fraternity earlier known as the Kabiri gods. Interesting, because it's a bit like Kabiri, but with a C, not a K, which has a lot to do with Freemasonry. It's often attributed to him, and some of the mystic ceremonies used in the Masonic cult are probably derived from this epoch. Oh, and I've only that's what had come to my head then, and as I read down, it'll confirm what I said. Can understand the meaning of the two hollow pillars, Jachin and Boaz, which are so fond of symbolizing, which is the Kabbalistic pillars. In the Great though he doesn't say that, that's what it is. In the Great Migration, induced largely by pre-knowledge of what was about to happen, owing to celestial phenomena, judging from certain passages of Jeremiah, the Israelites in their exodus were led through dark Arctic wastes where no man dwelt, the Siberian lands. Many emigrants found their way to the shores of the Mediterranean. Others went by the rivers Volga, Vistula, Dnieper, and Dniester to the Crimea, onwards into Asia Minor, and thence to the Middle East, where we find in Iraq, spelled Irak, what appeared to be prehistoric Gothic inscriptions and the cult designs as to which might be said, into which much might be said. In a totally different direction across the North Atlantic, others made hazardous voyages and endured terrible privations in search of the sun, and settled finally in America, mostly in Mexico, ages before Columbus discovered that continent. Many again went southwest into France, Spain, Portugal, and hugging the Atlantic, or migrating into North Africa. The land we now call Egypt was colonized then, or not much earlier, as shown by astronomical evidence, and was originally peopled by fair Celts from the shores of Britain. This was the exodus of the Aryans, and obviously the Aryans have got quite a bad press thanks to you know who, Mr. Hitler and the rest of their people that the Nazis and whatnot. Doesn't give them a bad press, to say. Much deeper, and the reason why they wanted to talk about them or be like them is because they were like the original civilization. So, but that's something different. This was the exodus of the Aryans, some of whom returned later to their primeval homes, and about a century after, perhaps in some cases in less time, when earlier fears had been dissipated, for humanity rarely learns from the past, and the fertile British lands invited newcomers. These islands were again occupied by nations crossing the narrow seas, especially those whom Geoffrey of Monmouth names the Trojans, and our modern anthropologists, the Guidals. Panic and a change of climate in the northern lands were the main inspiration which sent these peoples on their long and sad treks in search of new domiciles. The edifices and religion of Egypt speak eloquently of their instinct of terror as their guiding motive, as I also showed in my previous work. The famous Egyptian Book of the Dead, influenced completely by the Epic of the Flood and composed in the name of Thoth (Hermes), in its ritual, caused the souls of the dead to undergo a fanciful final gloomy pilgrimage to the sacred West. Indeed, I contend to the very scene of the former shambles in western Scotland, to the legendary Amenta, or Halls of Amenti, I guess it is, identified as a tiny island of Staffa near Iona in the Hebrides, where the wandering spirits were supposed to be judged by Osiris and were rewarded by or consumed according to their lives on earth. Staffa lay in the very vortex of the greatest area of destruction at the time of the flood, water being but one element concerned. The later became the underworld of the Celts, as it was of the Hellenes. The flood, to the world generally, a vague and nebulous tradition, really conceals the most appalling visitation mankind has ever experienced, as he may experience again, and its ravages in the British Isles and Scandinavian lands may be retraced to some considerable extent by the effects of what geologists term the drift age. It was no mere ice drift, it was sudden and terribly swift and violent. See, it's interesting. So they used to call it the drift age, not the ice age. So once again, it's all like the history and mess about. My present volume, as I mentioned, traces the course of the 13 Years' War, to its origin and source, and elucidates, the main arena of the dramatic conflict which stares us in the face in the scriptures if we know where to seek for it. To be enabled to accomplish this, it has necessitated the identification of the most important regions overrun by the invaders from the furthermost north and from the direction of the Baltic and Low Countries. Low Countries are like Holland. I'm sorry, not Holland. Holland is a part of the Netherlands, and Belgium would be part of that as well. Much attention has been directed to the lands of the West, mainly Somerset and Wiltshire, so important for various reasons, where I've claimed to identify sites known to readers of the scriptures, some of which survive and flourish to this day. The complete annihilation of cities by man is not so easy as it may seem. Jerusalem was said to be destroyed stone by Hadrian, and yet it still exists as the most important capital. In the arrangement, I have found it advisable to devote the opening part of the consideration of Crete. There we go, the con of Crete again. I really love that idea. Con of Crete. No one talks about it, but I am. In the arrangement, I found it advisable to devote the opening part of the consideration of Crete, the original Crete of Homer, because it's the form of its former great importance in the world of prehistory. The third section describes in detail the scene and action of the 13 Years' War, and especially and part enacted in it by Jerusalem. When this is understood, it will be apparent how advanced, wealthy, and highly civilized Britain was up to the Roman occupation, and thereby to reflect how sad it is that Roman ignorance, tyranny, and censorship have for long centuries presented an utterly false impression of the courage, genius, and enterprise of the various states of the island they so coveted, robbed, and left in condition of chaos. One further important point needs to be emphasized. The history of the civilized world in the past had little or nothing to do, or nothing in common with Asia or Africa, and to get to the truth, we must raise the latitude of Europe to the lands mainly prominent and even largely forget the Mediterranean Sea. The Aryan or white race with fair or red hair and blue eyes never had any racial connection with the Oriental peoples, the brown-skinned, dark-eyed and dark-haired races. The law of latitude forbids it, just as the northern Aryans who invaded India and settled there as rulers and princes, despite the rigid law of caste they formulated in the course of few generations, became absorbed in the natives' population, as also happened in Mexico. Indeed, the world civilization owes less than nothing to the Asiatic peoples. Even the Persians, who tyrannized the centuries over the West through treachery and use of magic, can really be traced to Russia, and the Russians, their characteristics throughout the centuries, scarcely if all changed other than in name, and who in their decadence were overthrown and driven back to their oriental bounds by Alexander the Great. Viral, excuse me, and cheers anyone who's stayed for this long and watched, anyone who's joining now, because it probably is quite hard to keep up with. I find it hard sometimes because of gone teeth, but basically a lisp. So thank you if you are still listening, and anyone who's watching this, can you just give us a, don't necessarily give us a thumbs up, but just let us know that you can hear me and I'm making sense and I'm understandable, please. Right, virile races do not die out without a trace. We are told by the historians that the Thracians disappeared from their lands by the Hellespont, and yet Herodotus says that they were the most powerful people in Europe who dissipated their strength in tribal quarrels. They did not disappear from Balkan lands, for they were never there. Transfer Pontus or the Euxine Sea or the Hellespont to where they really belonged geographically, namely the Baltic and Skagerrak. Don't know where that is. The Skagerrak is the first I've heard of it. And you will find the Thracians readily enough. They were the Scandinavians and were apparently settled from primeval times, also in northern Scotland, close kindred of the Caledonians, who, like them, held wives in common, tattooed themselves, buried wives alive with their husbands, adored single combat, claimed descent from Hermes, worshipped Dionysus as their principal deity, raised mounds over the graves of the great chiefs, and held funeral games, of all which were also the characteristics of Odin's followers. It suffices to add that the country beyond their northern frontiers was uninhabitable by reason of icy cold, for it lay under the Bear, or the North Pole. Take again the Trojans of classic fame. They were a very brave and fine nation advanced in civilization, who offered sacrifices to the dead of bowls of warm milk, goblets of wine, and also raised funeral mounds. Where do you find such mounds or barrows? In Barrow or Barrow, you'll find many, probably the most anywhere in one place. All over Scandinavian lands, in Denmark as in Britain, but never in the Near East. They shook hands with one another, and anyone who knows the East is aware that such was never an Oriental custom. How can we explain Virgil's statement of King Priam, who slain and mutilated by Pyrrhus as he sat on his sacred throne that had been proud monarch over so many countries and nations? But this we can say, the Trojans, after the great catastrophe, settled in great numbers in Britain, known as the Brigantes, whose history I trace, showing incidentally that Rome was founded by men of this, of this very nation, and that they became the ruling people in Britain south of the Clyde and Forth. They never originated in Asia Minor, but as will be seen from Ascania, Denmark, and the Low Countries, from the regions later known as Frisia. Yeah, and Frisia is like Frisian cows, and that was an area called Frisia. They're named after that area, Frisians. My friend has cows called Holstein Frisians, which are obviously from that area originally. The Macedonians, well, Thracians, Cretans, Caledonians, and Macedonians were all of one kindred, and they can be tracked down to a habitat in Scotland and Scandinavia, having many areas in England as well. Well, that's an interesting thing because I remember looking one time because of the flag of Somerset is I always thought it was a wyvern, which is like it looks like a dragon, but it's not a dragon because a wyvern has like a bat. It has little hands on its wings, whereas a dragon has wings and its own independent arms and legs. So I was there thinking, that's interesting. So the wyvern was the flag of the Saxons, and the dragon was the flag of the Britons, or King Arthur, as they call it, and his group. So I looked into it, and I don't know where I should have saved all these things, but I didn't, and sadly. It said that Somerset was the most Celtic part of the whole of Britain and Ireland was Somerset. So keep that in mind. Somerset being the most Celtic part, and Somerset basically goes from the River Avon, which runs through Bristol, all the way down south as far as let me think, like just past Wellington. It goes all the way west to pretty much to Exmoor, when it becomes Devon, and east into Wiltshire goes as far as Bath, pretty much. So half of Bristol was in Somerset, as is Bath. The whole of Bath was in Somerset. And north half of Bristol is in Gloucestershire. Then it became Avon. Then it became North Somerset, South Gloucestershire, while Bristol, centre of Bristol, being its own independent thing. Anyway, Illyria. Why does Jerusalem appear to have been regarded as in Illyria? It was not originally by the Adriatic Sea in the Mediterranean Sea. Transfer or Greek or Latin name to its British regarding Siluria, and we begin to recognize how the history of the Hebrews, the Iberis, Hebrew, so like Iberians, the Spanish Peninsula, which we're told that the original Celts came from, and also the main place where you'll find the blood type rhesus negative is supposedly from North Spain, the Basque country, Bilbao, and south of France and Andorra, which runs through the middle of the Pyrenees. Right, sorry, transfer the Greek Latin name to British rendering Siluria, and we begin to recognise the history of the Hebrews, the Iberis of Britain. The Iberis of Britain was so largely played out in this island, how few appreciate the true history of the risings of the Silures against the Romans, and who thought with such fatal gallantry, in a succession of wars opposing them, especially in the region south of the Forth. And the Forth is a river, the Firth of Forth, which is like an estuary. I think it's on the north banks of Edinburgh. You get Forth. I don't know about that actually. That's just what I was saying. About Forth. 5. East by 4. Or East by 4, 4, 5, 5. I can't remember. There's an old thing. in its succession of wars opposing him, especially in the region south of the Forth. Yet this shall we be getting nearer to the truth. It will be apparent, in short, that Armageddon was the same event, that the great catastrophe, and that Jerusalem lay and still stands a great and noble city in Britain. If this sounds a stupendous claim to make, it nevertheless fits in with the rest. How many persons are aware that in AD 134, after Hadrian had defeated the Jews under Bar Kokheba, their proclaimed Messiah, and had captured their stronghold of the Bathars, he caused Jerusalem to be utterly destroyed and the land devastated, with the result that it was full of graves, with markets with slaves, and towns given over to wolves and wild beasts. How many more realise that the site of Jerusalem was completely forgotten for over 200 years until Constantine the Great caused it to be discovered for political motives in the present Palestine? As I show in the following pages, the Palestine of today fails to correspond in any way to the Old Testament, or come to that of the New. A writer, Mr. H.D. Daunt, several years ago, in a work entitled The Centre of Ancient Civilization, denied that Palestine was the biblical Holy Land for definite reasons. Definite reasons. He claimed that A, the assumption is based on Hebrew documents alone. B, the account of the Israelites being made slaves and fleeing from the Egyptian Pharaoh is not born out of any other evidence but the contrary. C, an exodus in the region of Sinai. Yeah, I just what's up, mate? I'm just reading this commyns Beaumont. It's brilliant. It's quite hard to read, but hope you're okay. And Leon, I don't know. Am I able to see it, or it just mean that I can't see him, or kick him out if you want, if he's being a knob. If he's not, then leave him be. He was just distracting me. You okay, mate? Oh, what did you do? Oh, I kicked him out. Right, fair. Oops, sorry, Leon. I say sorry, but I'm not really. On another day, I would have been quite happy to engage with Leon, but right now, I need to concentrate on this. So C, an exodus in the region of Sinai for 40 years with 600,000 warriors is an impossible story. D, Palestine, despite the accounts of its fertility and wealth, is perhaps the poorest land in West Asia apart from the deserts. E, such a civilization with its many cities must have left its traces in the records of the neighbouring countries. You're up early. You are up early. Such a civilization in the records of the neighbouring countries, but Palestine yields only the evidence derived from names that have been scattered industriously about the land in various later centuries. F. There is frequent mention by scribes, archives, etc. So the art of writing must have been well known, and moreover, princes and scribes seem to have possessed strong literary proclivities. Yet, notwithstanding all this, not a single inscription has been found in Palestine which can be identified with the Hebrew kingdom. G. Jerusalem has failed to produce any trace of David and Solomon, any tablet or inscription, or even foundation memorial. It might be added that the city entirely fails to conform topographically with its full description given by Josephus and Nehemiah. The name of Europe was originally limited to a part of Western Europe, and continental Europe was Asia. To study a map of Europe was so late as at the height of Roman Empire, as prepared from the conventional acceptation of ancient geography. Oh, yeah, the tetrahedron. I've been watching those videos, they're really interesting. Right, so, oh, hang on, I didn't read that properly. I only, right. Yeah, we'll have to have a talk to you about these sigils as well, because I don't really, well, I say I don't really, but maybe I'll start doing them in my art. The Pathfinders are watching you. Or are you watching your Pathfinders like you should be? Haven't done much lately. We will though. We will. Yeah, really. Oh, that's mad actually, because earlier on, before I started reading this, I was sort of giving a little bit of a backstory to this whole thing, and it reminded me that I'd been interested in the path of light. Obviously, we know about that, and the path of light. I typed in the path of light, and it came up with. And bearing in mind, I also said about the River Severn being called Sabrina, and I didn't explain this earlier, but Sabrina is called Sabrina by the Romans because there was a Welsh princess called Sabrina who was married to a prince. Her dad was King Lochran, and they killed the prince. The Romans killed him, so she committed suicide by drowning herself in the river, River Severn. That's why it's called the River Sabrina, because the rivers and the waterways, as well as the trees, were venerated. So that's why they called it Sabrina, and that's why to this day it's known as the Severn or Sebren, which is, if you look, I speak Spanish, so the words V is like a B. So Sebren, Sabrina, and it said, "Is Sabrina the path of light?" And I was like, "What?" So I looked it up, and there was a computer game called Archaic. That was what it's called. I was like, "Oh, interesting." So I think it might be a PC game rather than like PlayStation, but I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that. But back to the matter at hand. Wonder who that is though. Interesting to find out. Right, so back to this. The name of Europe was originally limited to a part of Western England. I didn't notice that before, just reading it. And continental Europe was Asia. To study a map of Europe so late at the height of the Roman Empire, as prepared from the conventional acceptation of ancient geography, is a prophetic vision of emptiness. Except for southern Italy, Greece, and Asia Minor, it contains Celtica, a vast and vague region stretching from the Atlantic to Venetia, which is Venice, I guess, and above it, east from the Rhine, Germania stretches as far east, with a few vague names, Dacia, Moesia, and Thrace, occupy the Balkan lands, and the Ister, oh, that's interesting, is interpreted as the Danube. I just, oh, cool. I'll have to check them out. That's L. interesting that talking about Easter, because I remember I, when I first heard about Nostradamus and his prophecies, and he supposedly said about Hitler. Well, actually, what he actually said was Hister, coming from Hister, which was a river, um, which is a Danube. So it's interesting that they said about that Ister, ISTR. Oh, brilliant! So that's what I'm talking about. That's good stuff, isn't it? That's what I'm trying to explain here. The Welsh and Egyptian, and the Sumerians, he calls it, which are the Cymry, which are the Welsh. Cymry. And the Ister is interpreted as a Danube, whereas it should be the Rhine. Ah, well, there you go, interesting. Zeta Albis or Albis, now the Elbe. There are a few names chosen at haphazard. If I'm right in these statements, that question may well be asked how it all came about. The answer lies probably in the fact that the historians of the past, on whom the historians of the past, or the past minders, watching you, or the past finder. Forgot about that. I forgot it's called the past finder. Um, if I'm right in these statements, the question may well be asked how it all came about. The answer lies in the fact that the historians of the past, on whom we have to rely, were mostly the Greeks, and more especially Herodotus. But these Greeks were themselves very circumscribed. And what's a U in Irish? You. What in Ogham script you mean? I know an oak is with druid, and that means the wisdom of the oak. But you, I don't know, what is it? Or, you mean yew tree, don't you? Not as in a lady sheep. A yew. A yew is a Jew. A Jew. You, you, you. Interesting. All connected. Just yew tree. And once again, the use of that tree. Yew is a Jew. A Jew. A Jew. Especially, well, I'm sorry about this. A small hat. A small hat. Yeah, small hat. Like a cap. Or hat trick. So, small hat, cap, hat, fez, a beret. That's why I like talking to you. You make me think. Make my brain work. Well, it's not already working 100 miles an hour. Look at the nitrous. Small hat. Hatusha. The Hatusha. They didn't get talked about. They were unacquainted with geography because foreign travel was not in their purview, and mostly they derived their knowledge from the Phoenicians, whose purpose was by no means necessarily served by widening Greek knowledge. They wrote their history from records or traditions, but their geography was vague. I first realised the such shortcomings when I attempted to trace the detailed march of Xerxes from Persia to Athens along accepted lines. But before long I realised that his history simply could not possibly fit in with the modern conceptions, and compelled me to follow up fresh investigations with surprising results. As far as Bible geography is concerned, it appears that the main person responsible for its misinterpretation was Constantine the Great, who had definite motives for transferring the arena of the Jewish history and that of Christ to another region altogether. He used Christianity as a valuable political asset, selected the East as his empire, and with the aid of Eusebius, Jerome, and others, invented the present Palestine. I cannot explore this very important and fascinating theme now, but hope to undertake it in the not very distant future. In the life of that remarkable monarch who was born in York in the Bedern, and he's talking about Constantine, who's from York. If this to be correct, present day Jews yes, I know about. I haven't been watching him, but I do know all about Conor McDowry, and oh, honestly, I've literally tried, and that's really why I'm reading this out now, was because otherwise I'll try and listen to it as an audio book and fall asleep, and it's really annoying because there's so much stuff in there, and that's why I'm reading it out loud now, because otherwise I'll never sit down with it or like read it. Not that I can't be bothered or not capable, but I like to listen, not read. But by reading this out loud, I am reading it. That makes sense. Yeah, I can 100% agree with that. That's why I'm so interested in it all. I'd heard of Conor McDowry from Michael Tessarion, as I had heard of Commons Beaumont, but for some weird reason, I never um, read up or searched out about Commons Beaumont, whereas Conor McDowry I did, and I think it's probably because of the whole Irish thing. Was it called the Wisdom of the Pyramids Preserved in Irish History? Was it Ireland or Irish History? I think that's what it's called. I think that's what it's called. The Last Tribes, yeah. I think that's what it's called. The Wisdom of the Pyramids. Oh, what did I just say? Fuck. Wisdom of the Pyramids. I've forgotten already. How mad is that? Anyway, interesting, really interesting. And Stephen J.D. Beattie's put the whole thing up. What's it? Wisdom of the Pyramids Preserved in Irish History or something like that, or Ireland. He's put that up on his thing, and he's also put up Edmund's marriage, which I was quite surprised to see, because I don't hear or see enough of him. And the only other person who talks about Edmund's marriage after he spoke to me was you know who. We'll call him Kilometers, or another. I can't think of the word. You know what I mean. Although saying that, that person also opened me up to all of this stuff, all about Tony Stark, everything else, and all, like the Conor, Conor McDowry and that book, because he'd done a video called Ireland, Land of the Pharaohs, and I think he spoke to this guy, something Power, Andrew Power, I think his name was. He wrote that. So, although I have my doubts, I must have to say, be gracious and have gratitude for the fact that without meeting, speaking to, coming across him, I wouldn't be anywhere near what I know now. So I'm very grateful for that. But this is a big but. Still, I am also aware of many other facets where that's concerned. So my aim throughout, as I hope the reader will appreciate, is to reconstruct the past history of the world in which it appears that Britain oh yeah, I noticed that. I don't know what went on with her again, because something happened before and then she come back and then she's gone again. I'm not too sure I don't know. She's bloody good editor and producer of stuff though, I'll give her that. I thought she was very nice the other day, polite to me, very nice to me. But I don't know what's happened between her and other people. And if I'm honest, I'm not that bothered. You know, yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. Shame, but there you go. So that is a path we walk, isn't it? It's always going to come up with people having like, see, people can take the wrong end of the stick about things and can get very offended about things when the person who might have offended them didn't necessarily mean to offend them. I've had that myself many times. People think I mean one thing or being about because of other people sticking their oar in, and then makes they think I'm meaning something. Well, I'm not. And if they want to think that, then that's up to them. But anyone who really, really knows me, takes the time to get to know me, will know that that's not what I'm about at all. In fact, that's as far away from what I want to achieve as possible. I would like to live in a world where everyone is like nice and get on with each other and like respectful and want to help one another, rather than people that just want to big up themselves and like clamber over each other's backs to get to what point I don't get. But there you go. I was 23:32 and I said that. That's quite interesting. Right, my aim throughout, as I hope the reader will appreciate, is to reconstruct the past history of the world in which it appears that Britain, or more properly the British Islands, played such a prominent part. But one cannot correctly report history unless the geography is also accurate, and so the position of countries and historic cities become of major importance. In my former book, as in this, I have seemingly taken great liberties with geography, as I have to confess that in a subject so confusing and big, it is difficult to always be accurate. It means much research. Plato's famous Atlantis, as a matter of fact, knocks conventional geography, and all the history or traditions attached to it sky high. Ignatius Donnelly, in his work, I see that's the other person I'm about to say about, but I didn't, but I forgot, I meant to say it, Ignatius Donnelly. But Ignatius Donnelly, yeah, exactly. Ignatius Donnelly, or his name was Ignatius Loyola, I think it is, Donnelly. I think he's very much connected with all the Freemasonic stuff and the Loyola bit. I can't remember exactly. I had a, I had the I used to listen to the audiobook about it, and there's a Loyola bit, something about the Loyola. I don't know why that sticks in my mind, but Ignatius Loyola Donnelly or something. But still, interesting book. Ignatius Donnelly, in his work Atlantis, said that truly that the history of Atlantis is the key to Greek mythology, as indeed is the case. Yet the mythology all points unhesitatingly to the earliest civilization as occurring in the Atlantic regions, and not all in the Mediterranean or in Asia Minor. Above all, the history of the Old Testament is the history of Atlantis. That these truths will be accepted is more than I would dare to believe. The world is misled today about the past, and the truth lies at the bottom of a very deep well. I can believe that. I can only presume to be a humble pioneer, but hope that I may wow. I knew it. I absolutely bloody knew it. I knew there was something to do with that. So there you go. That's where I'm a little bit like skeptical. But saying that, because that's his name and the fact that he obviously they named him after that person, if that was his real name, might have driven him to want to find out the truth because he's understood about them. Maybe. Probably open-minded about these things. Yet all mythology all points unhesitatingly to the earliest civilization as occurring in the Atlantic regions, and not at all in the Mediterranean or in Asia Minor. Above all, the history of the Old Testament is the history of Atlantis. These truths will be accepted is more than I would dare to believe. The world is misled today about the past, and truth lies at the bottom of a very deep well. I can only presume to be a humble pioneer, but hope that I may be able to hew a rough track, which others may widen into a great artery for the enlightenment of future generations. And without like trying to big myself up or anything about me, or make myself out to be anything but someone who, like you, is interested, and like him, I hope that people through me will find him. And that was in 1948 he wrote that. So that's when this book was written. So there you go. Now that was the foreword, and this is part 1. So I'm on page 18 of 302. And although, in all honesty, I don't wish because I can, but I would like to jump this whole section and go straight to the next section about Garden of Eden. But as I want to read this myself, I shouldn't do that, because otherwise I'll never read it. So here we go. Actually, you know what? I might pause there for a second because it's nearly 2 hours I've been jabbering on, and fair play to anyone who has stayed for the whole time. I know it's hard to keep up. I'm finding it quite difficult. I might go for a quick fag break, as it were. I've already prepared one. It won't be for the whole. I won't have the whole thing, but I might lose signal if I go out there. Yes, I'm going to do it. How much battery have I got? Not a lot. Oh, oops. I is back. Right. Ow. I'm starting to creak like a very old fucking. This will continue to work. Oh, that's interesting because me and Scott looked up that IHS thing. It's called the Quistogram. And it means Oh, what I mean, actually. Yeah, and in the Irish and the Turkish, they call them Esther. It is, oh, what's that mean? IHS, because we were interested. It was on top of all these gravestones. In hominum, something Salvatore. In hominum, I said Christus, but in hominum, something Salvatore. But that is really interesting, isn't it? What it's called. Did you know that about Ignatius Donnelly? Yeah, because it gets lost in translation, doesn't it? All the real juicy stuff. Fascinating. In hominum, what does it mean? In hominum, something Salvatore. That's why it just means Christogram. Me and Scott were quite interested in it, and now even more so now, because it's obviously all Jesuit stuff. But did you know that about Ignatius Donnelly? Loyola Donnelly? Does make you think, doesn't it? He was like the front man for the Jesuits. He might be like, well, he was over a big shill, so he's telling a lot of the truth, but also chucking in a few curveballs. That's what you can take from it, isn't it, I suppose? That's something I still need to do, is to go to one of these Greek Orthodox churches. There's one in Westburn. Trying to get a Greek Bible. Right, back to it. Should have something to eat really, but I don't really want to be eating on live. Nice. Oh yeah, I heard it before. There's a guy called what's his name? AWO, I think it is. He basically used to put a lot of that stuff Alan Watt used to talk about out there, and it was called Astral Works or something like that. And well, actually, excuse me, 11:44. I knew fucking something would happen at 11:44. I knew it. Well, earlier on when you started talking about this, I noticed as I started talking about it, I looked at the time, it was 11:12, and I thought that meant that 11:11 I'd said something pretty important. And I knew I was there thinking, oh, I wonder when it's going to be 11:44, and it is now. So here we go. Let's try and get these. Yes. So basically, like, no, you know how can you, if you've got it or you can find it, I'd love to find that letter by what's his name? The Scottish Free Charles what's his name? The Scottish Freemason uh, Charles what's his name? You know, the granddaddy. Right, anyway. Yeah, I like Alan Wilson. I do think it gets a bit bogged down in the whole. I think the whole Trojan thing, what Common Beaumont says. I think I've more. Right. What was his name anyway? Charles. The Scottish fruit. What's his name? Charles. Manny. Charles Manny. Uh, um. P. Hall. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I've heard a lot of his stuff as well. What was that guy called? The one who wrote the letter. The Freemasonic letter. Just telling us the story. Charles. Come on. We'll get it. We'll get it. Anyway, what was it? The Jesuits. What did you say about the Jesuits? Charles Fort. No. No, that's that. No. This was the. It might be Charles, to be fair. The Scottish Freemason, the head of the Scottish Freemasonry, wrote that letter. What did I say about it? I've lost the plot here completely. Should never have had that fucking thing. Yes. Yeah. Typical. Got the double-headed eagle as well. That's their thing. Right. What's his name? Albert Pike. Nothing to do with Charles. Albert Pike. That's it. That's interesting because Alan Wattle used to say what's coming down the pike. Albert Pike. I'd love to see that actual letter because I can't ever find it. I've tried. If you can send me a copy of that, I will read it out. But what was it about the? That was it. The yeah, exactly. Stupid boy. I'd be Pike if I was on the bloody. I'd either be Pike or Sergeant Wilson. I think. Not like trying to trying to find the best in everyone. Right, what was I on about? What was it? The Jesuits, the extreme. Nicene Creed. No, my left hand started itching, so I'm not going to say that. Do you know what? If your left hand or your right hand itches, right, so your body, if your left, usually your left side is negative and right side is positive. So if you left to leave, right to receive. But your ears, if your ears itching or ringing, right is negative, left is positive. I don't know why, whether it's because of the fucking hemispheres of the brain being opposite from what we think, if you know what I mean. So that side does this side and this side does that side. That's my interpretation. I don't know, but that's how it feels to me. Yeah, okay, this is it. Right, here we go. It's going to get me into. Oh, I don't know how I type on this. On the computer, I could type. I think I've got it. You can if you want. Which one, the pike one or the oath? I think I've got the oath. Yes, I have. But talks about superior speaks. Oh, here it is. Okay. There's a lot in there. I don't know what is actually. Try and send it me. I'm going to leave that oath for a minute. My hands just started, right hand started itching, so it's probably a good sign. I got to the bit when it's talking about wounds and the infant's heads. Very nice. Well, I found that bit. It's my left ear is itching, so somebody said something good. No doubt at some point my right ear will start itching, which happens a lot. And walls, yeah, yeah. And there, it's in red. What's going on here? Ah, yeah. Let's say here about the IHS. That's an hominum. Well, it was Salvatore. I thought it was the hominum Salvatore one. It's the INRI. That's that bit. Istium. Istium. Necar. Regis. Yeah, like what's it called? What was that game? Become a film and very provocative stuff going on there. It's called Assassin's Creed, isn't it? Basically. So it's all to do with the old KT. You know what I mean? The old. Let's not talk about that for a minute. Let's go back to this. really want to carry on talking about. Yeah, exactly. All of it. It's all connected. But it's interesting what he says about the original Freemasons of Druids, the wisdom of the oak. Um, they obviously usurped it. That's what we say. I believe that 100%. Right. Crete, motherland of men and gods, a land called Crete in the midst of the wine dark sea, a far land and rich, and therein are men innumerable and 90 cities. Odyssey, X1X is 19, 171-2. Sorry about this, I just got to try and make it as readable as possible by staying within there. Oh yeah, it was, wasn't it? Forgot about that on Friday the 13th. Still, don't dodge about the old KT. I'm not keen on it. I'm not keen on any of it. Interesting. Very interesting. Right, let's get to it. The Shetland Isles and Prehistoric Crete. Those who have studied the account of the fate of the island of Atlantis, as recounted by Plato, may have been struck by the fact that whilst its heart or centre of administration and commerce is yes, and oh, don't get me started on that one. Centre of administration and commerce is depicted as adjoining Mount Atlas. The words Atlas, Atlantic, and Atlantis possess no derivation from any language of the Old World, either ancient or modern. Yet among so-called native races of America, it is a living word. The Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg, a learned Americanist in his day, nearly a century ago, shows in his translation of the Codex Chimalpopoca of the Aztecs of Mexico that the word atl or ATL to interesting because the Aztecs go back to the Toltecs, don't they? Squirrel. We know about the Toltecs. They were the original over there, not the Olmecs, but the Toltecs. The word atl signified water, and by extension, sea or ocean. This codex describes the period of Nahui Atl, or full water, when it states that all mankind was lost or drowned and found themselves turned into fishes. In a single day, all was lost. Excuse me. Now, interestingly, I'm burping or like gassing, whatever you want to call it. And I've listened to tarot readers before where that happens to them, and they say it happens when they're speaking the truth. So it's also saying sneezing apparently. When you're saying something and you sneeze, like a couple of few sneezes, you sneeze on the truth. So there you go. When it states that all mankind was lost or drowned and found themselves turned into fishes, in a single day all was lost, it appears to relate definitely to the flood of Noah, for the text describes further how Nata and his spouse Nina built an ark, took refuge in it, took refuge in it, and were saved to repeople the earth. There we go. I knew it happened at some point. Somebody doesn't like what I'm saying. Doesn't like me, but I don't care. Built an ark to refuge in it, and was saved to repeople the earth. It agrees also with the Timaeus of Plato, which says, in one day, one fatal night, and there came almighty earthquakes and inundations that engulfed the warlike people, the Atlanteans. The association of Mount Atlas with water accords with classic allusions to this famed and to many fabulous mountain, which placed by Herodotus and others in the vicinity of Lake Triton, so named after the merman son of the god Poseidon. And Poseidon is also Neptune in Roman. Yeah, with a trident fork, like Ukraine and Bermuda. Bermuda, I think, no. Bermuda? Yeah, I think it's Bermuda. Either that or Barbados, I can't remember. I've got a funny feeling it's Bermuda. Too many fabulous mountain, which right was placed by Herodotus and others in the vicinity of Lake Triton, so named after the merman son of the god Poseidon. Plato himself describes Atlas as a mountain not very high on any side, situated in the island of Atlantis. Herodotus, whose knowledge of physical geography was mainly confined to the Mediterranean, says it was taper and round, and of an immense height, thus contradicting Plato and perhaps identifying it with the peak of Tenerife, 12,200 feet in the Canary Islands. Today, the name is vaguely given to the long mountain range which traverses Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, an inland mountain chain that in no possible manner conforms to the volcanic Mount Atlas, situated on an island and of no great height. Well, that's interesting because that instantly I started thinking about Brent Knoll, but actually talks about it being round, it was taper and round. So basically, like Silbury Hill and a few of the other hills we've got around here are like conical. They're like, but which is what it means. Taper and round. That must mean it's like it's of a height and it goes out, tapers out round. I think that's what it means. In no possible manner conforms to the volcanic Mount Atlas, situated on an island and of no great height. There is reason for believing that the celestial blow, which so largely destroyed the island of Atlantis, was largely, if not entirely, devastated Mount Atlas, which, according to Homer, was as a consequence of the war made by the Titans on Zeus. Another rendering of the war made by the Satans on God, compelled to bear heaven on his mighty head and hands, otherwise a mountain enveloped largely in cloud or mist. Homer places Atlas in the columnar or pillar region. Atlas itself upbears the pillars high, which separate heaven from earth, he sings, and Hesiod situated him at the western extremity of the earth near Hesperides, holding a broad heaven on his head and unwearied hands. The pillar region in the western extremity of the earth near the Hesperides can only refer to one region, and that is the Western Highlands of Scotland and the Hebridean Islands off its coastline. Interesting. And it goes on to explain as well, very well. I have previously alluded to the fate of Mount Atlas as very much akin to that of Mount Prometheus, described in mythology as a brother of Atlas, and which also suffered eclipse at the same tremendous period when the elements waged war upon a helpless world. Thank you. If they were adjacent and in view of the situation of Prometheus, identified with reasonable certainty as Ben Moore, Ben, the once great volcanic mountain straddling the island of Mull, we should place Atlas, as the classic descriptions agree, amid the Hesperides Isles, among the pillars in the far west north. Connect. See, I'm thinking you've got quite a few of these conical hills around there. Silbury Hill being the epicenter of the ley lines and all the alignments that Tom Brooks on his videos prove, which is if there's anything any of you guys ever want to watch, which is brilliant, it's like the best thing I think I've seen on YouTube, is Tom Brooks, and it's called what's this thing called? See if I can find it. One sec. Sorry about this. I've got to say, I wish I could put it up. 20 past 10 past 12. Fuck. Thank you for staying. If anyone's there, I've got a fondness for you because it is the best of the best as far as I'm concerned. Obviously, everyone's got their own personal opinion of everything, so it might not be yours favourite, but it's mine. It is called Prehistoric Geometry, and that's the first thumbnail of the first one. You see that? It's a bit. See that? Prehistoric Geometry, it's called, and it's brilliant. I wonder if all these little smaller hills that we've got dotted around there are like conical and round in taper, because in my mind that just means it's like comes out the same like Silbury Hill, step pyramid. I wonder if Mount Atlas, if all these little hills and step pyramids and whatnot are like trying to recreate Mount Atlas. So the white parts of it, which would usually make it England and Northern Ireland and Scotland, St Andrew one, they are the blue's the sea, is it? The ley lines are in the white, and then the red is that line of Abraham that our mate talks about, which is why you got them on the lighthouses, mate. Perfect. There you go. Our lighthouses there, the two lighthouses at Burnham, both got the red line, and I've always on the seafront, on the wall, right by where the original lighthouse is, called England, there's a white section with a red line, and I've always thought, I wonder if that's the red line of Abraham, and what you said about where the end of ley lines, where coming in or going out of the country, there are lighthouses, and we got the three here, and that triangle, and me being slap bang in the middle of it, literally almost to the point where I am right now. Sketchy. All links up, doesn't it, mate? Doesn't it all link up? That's what's so good about these sort of things. The red thread, yeah. The red line. The thick red line, not a thin blue line. But it does, doesn't it? It all starts to make sense. I think anyway. Let's get back to it. Oh no. Typical. Now it's shut down. Wouldn't be surprised if I can't get it. Once again. And what was I saying earlier on about the Calabri? The Calabri, or you weren't there. Talks about the Calabri, and I was like, it's quite similar to the Kabbalah, a Kabbalistic tree. And then as I read down, he explains that's what it's about. It's two pillars, Boaz, and Joseph, or something like that. But right, right. Everything's connected. Right. Here we go. Volcanic mountains straddling the Isle of Mull. Excuse me. Again, burping on the truth, maybe. Amid no, hang on. We should place Atlas, as the classic descriptions agree, amid the Hesperides Isles, among the pillars in the farthest west. Connected with this myth of the sufferings of Atlas is that of the fate of his daughters, the seven Pleiades, the seven sisters. See, once again, it's just like Sabrina. I didn't know about this. Who drowned themselves out of sorrow for their father's fate, or as an alternative myth represents it, because their sisters, the Hyades, also daughters of Atlas, were drowned on the same occasion, which we may reasonably interpret as a poetical method of indicating that they were submerged, perhaps some permanently, the others temporarily, as happened to be islands grouped around the Isle of Iona near Mull, and as shown by the effects of considerable tidal waves which deposited detritus, indicating their past fate. Only one of the Pleiades survived the catastrophe, we are told, namely Merope, the mortal, and perhaps it is the straining possibilities too heavily to recall that the same tradition is latent of Iona, that 7 years before that awful day when a flood shall drown the entire region, including the happy isle, shall raise her towers above the flood, yet it is a strange coincidence. No, that is a bit of a fucking thing to ponder, because as I said when I read the book of Barrow and Breen by Reverend Kem, which I always thought was quite interesting. His name is Kem, and obviously Kem is the Kemetic, or what they called Egypt, or what Egypt was called. He said that in 40 AD, the sea deposited a layer of silt and sand over the area, which is a golf course. He never said tsunami or wave. He just said that, and that's all it can mean. The sea deposits something, has to go over it, doesn't it? Well, I suppose you could fire it, but that doesn't happen. So for some reason, he's not saying about that, which means that this happened twice. But obviously, something like that would have happened as well, big time during the flood. And it's brilliant. It's absolutely wonderful to read this, because it's bit by bit, and even when I'm saying something and reading that through, and I've not read this before, and I'm not reading it and looking on to try and say something that I can later say he said. I'm reading this as I've never read it before, and this is live, so it's not like I'm going to go back. And once again, I'm not trying to make out anything about me, but this does help to not confirm but reiterate what I'm saying. The pillars or columnar foundation attributed to the core of the former planet hurled on the occasion of the Great Catastrophe in the Northern Seas are found only in the basaltic-strewn isles of Scotland, namely the Hebrides and the Faroe Islands beyond, which is interesting why they're called Faroe Islands as well. Faore. They also exist in Spitsbergen, which is in Norway, I think, while we found the old sandstone pillars such as the Old Man of Orkney, but the latter appear to have been deposited long before the basalt formation. To revert to the name Merope, or Merope, given to one of the Pleiades, it should be recalled that the most ancient race of men identified generically as Phoenicians, or Chaldeans, or Ethiopians. Another mad connection, because I talk about Haile Selassie coming here to a place called Heel, and I couldn't understand why. And this explains a bit. This will go on to explain more. Who were the Bronze Men, and who dwelt, according to tradition, in the west near Mount Atlas, were also known as Meropes, with their city of Meroe or Meru. So it's the same Mount Meru is basically Mount Atlas. Another myth of the deluge cycle tells of how Merops, king of Ethiopia, saved the remnant of humanity from perishing in the flood on the Isle of Kos, C-O-S, not K-O-S, one of the Hellenic Sporades, and a name very near to the biblical Cush. The biblical equivalent to the Ethiopians, who for their part, according to Diodorus, claimed to be the first men in the world. Does this suggest that the city of Meru or Meroe was identical with the capital of Atlantis? The implications from these traditions and myths all appear to radiate from one direction, of the Western Hebrides. At all events, we must proclaim the importance of Britain in this search. We are delving amongst the most ancient memories of the past in the Atlantic region, and one of the world of tomorrow should recognise for what it represents in the civilization of humanity from the earliest ages. In connection with all this, we cannot overlook at the same time the importance of the Shetland and Orkney Isles. If Crete were described by classic writers such as Pliny as a long and narrow island, and as indeed is the Mediterranean island, so called, so too is Shetland and also Orkney, which, if they were originally formed one group, subsequently left in a tattered and torn condition by the action of celestial powers, were nearly 170 miles in length and narrow breadth. Geologists have determined the existence of a former marine lake of considerable size and shallow depth, to which they accord the name Lake Orcadie, stretching from the coast of Caithness. Wow. It's another connection. Stephen J.D. Beattie is saying that they're like lords of Caithness are all to do with some race or group of people, I can't remember. The former lagoon might approximate to the Lake Triton, where Poseidon had his ocean palace and dwelt with his consort Amphitrite, his son Triton, although tradition perhaps points to the direction of Mole and Iona, where Poseidon certainly possessed such a temple at Aegae on the island of Euboea. It's weird spelling, this language. I don't quite understand how it's written. Temple probably still to be identified with that enormous sea cavern known as McKinnon's Cave. Nevertheless, we find Thucydides referring strangely to Lake Triton when he says that the Spartans in obedience to an oracular declaration of Delphi, oracular declaration of Delphi, colonized a small island in Lake Triton called Phla, Phla, a bit like filler. Lying off Shetland is a small island named Fola. Fola. Fla. 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 Yeah, I get it. Fla. Almost exactly the same as Fla. Foula or Phla. Pronounced phonetically, it is situated 60 miles off Shetland's west coast and is famed for its perpendicular cliff scenery, the highest cliffs in the British Isles. If it answers to Fla, then we must search for Lake Triton, as always, perhaps answering to Lake Orcady. Geologists claim that in the late Tertiary Age or early Quaternary land between Norway, Iceland, and Scotland collapsed. This comparatively recent submergence, as Mr. Edward Clodd states in Primitive Man, was coincident with the opening of the North Sea, formerly the estuary of the River Rhine, the widening of the mouth of the English Channel, and the sinking of the lands between Devon and Brittany, in addition to the tremendous breakup of territories and islands in the Hebridean Sea, deposits in Northern Ireland establishing immense regions of bogs, the piling up of mountains and cutting of the enormous meteoric-formed fjords in Norway, and last but not least, the devastation suffered by the Shetland and Orkney Islands. In such circumstances, it is not surprising that Plato speaks of the submersion of Atlantis. Well, that is interesting as well, because Randall Carlson's like one of the most sort of probably current well-known person speaking about all this sort of stuff. But I never ever heard him talking about commyns Beaumont. I've heard him talking about my Grail book by, where is it? Anyway, talks about that, but I've never heard him talking about commyns Beaumont. But I bet he's got a hell of a lot of his information from commyns Beaumont. The Shetland Islands and Shetlands themselves are of the oldest land services in the world, composed almost entirely of metamorphic schistose rocks, porphyry and gneiss, with a certain amount of sandstone, while in the neighbourhood of St Magnus Bay, in Fetlar and Unst, are large services of granite and other igneous rocks. In fact, no similar region can excel Shetland in volcanic energy of the past. Sir John Murray, someone's saying something nice about me. Thank you. Sir John Murray and John Johann Hjort, in their authoritative work The Depths of the Ocean, a record of deep sea surroundings in the Atlantic, have recorded the existence of a submarine ridge which formerly linked together Iceland, the Faroe Islands and Shetland. Cutting through this ridge the Gulf Stream, and the Gulf Stream is like basically warm water that comes from the Atlantic, comes up over North Atlantic, comes back round past Britain, and that's why the Scilly Isles are nice and warm. It's a bit warmer down there than it is up north. And then the jet stream is the one that's in the sky. Channels from the western coast connects the warm waters from the Atlantic with the Norwegian Sea. Professor Brogar cited Murray and cited by Murray and Hjort regarded the Faroes as related to the north coast of Norway. A drowned crater lies off Faroe Bank in the southwest of this group, which stands high, possessing rugged perpendicular cliffs and deep narrow fjords, like those of Norway and Shetland. Anyone still here? They are composed largely of basalt, tufa, and also columnar basalt, with beds of dolerite like several of the Inner and Outer Hebrides, and like them are completely treeless, although formerly have enjoyed a flourishing and semi-tropical flora, as did the Hebrides. When first occupied by the Norsemen in the 9th century, they bore evidence of former habitation supposedly by Irish and Scottish monks. It is possible that they were inhabited in prehistoric days by priests or hermits associated with the Chaldee or Gnostic faiths, which would make sense because they're talking about Jesus. But what he's saying is that the Jesus that they talk about in the Bible wasn't in the Holy Lands that we know of the Middle East. It was actually all set in the British Isles, and that Jesus was here, and the story comes from here and was transferred over, hijacked, usurped, and then fed back to us. Pretty interesting stuff. Bear with me 1 second. I'm going to get a drink. 1 sec. And back. Sorry for the delay. Problem is, I forget half the stuff I'm going on about, so God knows how you guys are going to remember. The name Pharaoh, or more properly Pharaoh, given to this group lying 180 miles west of Shetland, and possibly part and parcel of it at the period of Homo sapiens, bears close resemblance to the name of the Pharaohs. There is also Fair Island, lying halfway between the Shetlands and the Orkneys, as to which it may be remembered that, according to the mythological tree of the Uranids, or Titans, or giants, Phares, or Pharaohs, was a son of Crethus, Crete, and grandson of Aeolus, or Olus. Phares migrated to Thessaly, and which I have shown in detail in my previous work was originally Argyleshire, founded there his city of Pherae at a very early time, and started a line of tyrants when tyrants offered the only form of stable government. Villanueva, in his Phoenician Ireland, contends that the word name Pharaoh was no other than the Erse of Hebridean word Farah actually, signifying a chieftain, and used by the ancient Irish when they fought their enemies in battle, shouting Farah or Afara, Farah, Afara. As they charged them to the Hellenic peoples the island of Crete, perhaps related to Preton or Pretanis, as Rolliston claims in Myths and Legends of the Celtic race, was revered by the Pelasgi and Greeks as the Metris. The Metris, interesting. Never connected matrix and matriarch, but that's basically the same thing, isn't it? Never heard anyone else say that anyway. Metris, or motherlands of the gods and mankind. It was a land where mankind was traditionally first created, just as according to Plato's Critias, man was first evolved by Poseidon, the earthquake deity at Mount Atlas. Crete was the theatre of Uranid civilization, and among its earliest gods was Poseidon, who in the opinion of some scholars was identical with Uranus, the father of the oldest pantheon, and whose habit it was to swallow his own progeny when born, an earthquake-like operation. The Uranid pantheon of deities included Rhea Cybele, the great goddess, consort of her brother Cronus Saturn, who mutilated and then succeeded his father Uranus. Gaia, or Gaia, described as the first being that sprang from chaos. And anyone who knows me knows. And one of my incarnations on the internet, I was Captain Chaos, or as you see in the middle of the eye, CC, Captain Chaos. But not because of this. Namely, the Earth became by Uranus, first being that sprang from chaos. Namely, the Earth became by Uranus the heavens, or more properly, celestial phenomena, the mother of the Titans or giants who were so detested by their progenitor, then he swallowed them up in the first instance. G, or J, or Gay, or Gay, indignant of this treatment of her progeny, concealed the next lot in the bosom of the earth, and then prepared a large iron sickle wherewith Cronus Saturn mutilated Uranus, whose blood poured into the lakes and rivers, all of which allusions appear to relate to the actions of meteoric impacts, earthquakes, floods, the old red sandstone areas, and the destruction of many of the primeval race of man. At all events, the gods of the Greeks admittedly emanated from Crete, where stood Mount Ida. Goodness me. A mountain of no very great height, but of volcanic origin. The Titans, from Tit, the earth. So is that why? Oh God. Were also known as the Pelasgi, the divine Pelasgi of Homer, essentially a maritime people among whom arose the great deity Hermes, represented by the supreme hierarch of the state, to whom was accorded divine power and who was the teacher of mankind, introduced forms of divine knowledge, including, here we go, same again, Kabiri mysteries. Kabbalah, Kabbalistic, all, and magic to other countries, including Tyre, Samothrace, and Troy or Ilium. As to these Hermetic secrets, Herodotus pulls aside the veil slightly when he describes certain peculiar squat statues of the god which were placed in the prows of ships, and remarks to them, whoever has been initiated into the mysteries of the Kabiri will understand what I mean. So blatantly, Kabbalistic, same thing. Spelled with C, not a K. But these mysteries, he says, were taught by the Pelasgi to the Samothracians before they ever went to Attica, inferring thereby a very early date. The squat statues I judge from other light traces of magic brackets can only have been a veiled meaning to disguise their precise purpose, namely, a form of early ordinance, as the reference to the Kabiri implies, and consequently explains how it was the Cretans were able to become masters of the sea and builders of the first overseas empire of Thucydides describes. Kabiri science was almost entirely concerned with the uses of fire. Grotesque as a small piece of prehistoric ordnance might seem to our eyes, shaped probably in the form of a dragon, which with an enormous mouth, which could belch forth fire and smoke, and slay at a distance, even at no great distance, it must have presented a terrifying aspect to primitive people who perhaps scarcely possessed bows and arrows. Hello, 20 people, wow. And would be a powerful incentive to induce them to hand over their treasured possessions. Such statues must have gone far towards enabling Minos, king of Crete, to put down piracy, as we are told was the case, thus opening up the seas to his merchant ships. Plutarch, in his Defectu Oraculorum, gives a broad hint of Kabiri activities when he tells us that the magic rites attributed to Aegean Zeus in Crete, to Demeter in Eleusis, to the Kabiri in Samothrace, and Dionysus in Delphi and Thebes, related to the worship of demons, wholly bad and intermediate between gods and man. The Cretans were in short the titans or giants of the old men, the men of renown, whose thoughts, says the book of Genesis, became wholly evil. We may infer that those demons signified the flood or great catastrophe occurred far later. We may infer that those demons signified. Full stop. The flood or great catastrophe occurred far later in the history of the past than is generally believed. It occurred more than 800 years after Abraham went south to the land of Canaan and founded his Kabiri city of Hebron, which bore other names. Thucydides, in his summary of the Hellenic lands before the Deucalion deluge, the same flood as Noah's, as I showed in great length in my former volume, and also where it took place, says that they were called after the various tribes, and especially in Pelasgi, a famous maritime people. Those 16 people. In Crete's fabulous history, we find such names as Cretheus, Crete, Tyro, Tyre, Sideros, Sidon, and Aeolus, founders of cities and districts in Hellas, including Corinth, Elis, Claydon, Aetolia, and the Pheres or Pherae, the Magnetes or giants of Thessaly. Old Aeolus, the eponymous hero or patriarch of the Pelasgi, or Aeolids, married his niece Tyro, daughter of the haughty Salmonius, whose presumption and arrogance was so great that Zeus smote him and his city with a thunderbolt, and Tyro in turn became enamored with the river Enipeus, and was accordingly ill-treated by Sidero, who tortured her because she had many children by the god Poseidon, including heroes Peleus and Neleus, who disguised himself as the river Enipeus. These clearly bore a historic reference to geography and events, and were a favourite of the poets and bards, but whatever their implications, it is certain that they closely related to the Phoenicians as Pelasgi. As George Grote, the historian of Greece, says, the emergence one, but Aryan civilization apparently originated in the volcanic Shetni Orkney Isles and in the neighbourhood of Ben More in the Isle of Mull. There arose the earliest known culture. They were the men of old, the men of renown. Josephus tells us children of Set, or Shet, were the inventors of astronomy and erected great pillars to warn the world of future events. He says that in the process of time they became perverted, begat sons who made God their enemy, were despisers of all that was good, and were destroyed. He adds that Noah left the land of Set before the flood. Ooh, hard reading. Hello, 25 people. So please say hello, like, comment, whatever. If you don't want to, don't worry. If I claim that Shetland Orkneys were the original islands of Crete, what evidence do I have to offer? One clue contained in Homer's Odyssey: Odysseus, or Ulysses as we know, sailing from Troy after its downfall, hoping to return to the island of Ithaca, came to the coast of the commyns of Thrace. Interesting name, Chichone. Anyone else know whose name is Chichone or Chichone? Quite famous. After its downfall, hoping to return to the islands of Ithaca, came to the coasts of the Chichones of Thrace, who dwelt in the neighbourhood. Funnily enough, also, the last words that Squirrel wrote, the red thread, was quite the old queen of the red thread, as we're told. Who dwelt in the neighbourhood of Orcus, the dark black underworld. Orcus related to our Orcades or Orkneys, but also applied to Caithness and Sutherlandshire. Escaping from their unfriendly attentions, the hero reached the Latophagi or Lotus Eaters, interesting, who dwelt, says Herodotus, by the shores of Lake Triton, and applying it to this region were presumably the waters embracing the Shetland Orkney group. From the Latophagi, he continued his voyage to isles inhabited by the gigantic and cannibalistic Cyclops, sons of Uranus, who dwelt as hermits in the caves, but within there called all of one another. Besides their flocks and herds, they were engaged in certain secret avocations, which produced to cite Homer superior power, and were near neighbours of Hyperia, a name inferring a land beyond or above the mainland. This particular Cyclops, who mainly dwelt on small islands, where they were segregated from the rest of mankind, may be assigned to small inlets of the Orkneys, many of which were occupied by hermits in ancient days, and still termed locally papae, or papa, signifying priest. If Lake Triton lay in this region, Odysseus was sailing towards Hyperia, the Shetlands, and his dire experience with the Cyclop Polyphemus, the hero, much shaken, escaped to the Aeolid Island, where he received an almost royal reception. Someone don't like this. royal reception and lavish hospitality from King Aulus, who gave him the inestimable gift of the four winds in the bag to ensure him a peaceful and safe voyage to his native Ithaca. Every rude blast which from its bottom turns the deep, that bag imprisoned held. Sounds like a lovely bag. Hence Ulysses turned his ship prow towards the southwest, where the island of Ithaca lay. But the avarice of his crew, who suspected that the bag held other treasure, compelled him to open it. The confined winds escaped, and the resultant violent southwestern gale blew him back to the island. This time the reception was very different, for Aeolus regarded him as the one hated by the gods, and refused him and his crew even shelter. Thereupon, setting out afresh, the same southwest gale carried the luckless hero into his storm-tossed boat, in his storm-tossed boat to the northeast, until at length he reached the inhospitable shores of the Les Trigones. We can distinguish with considerable certainty where they dwelt, for it was the land of the midnight sun, where in summer there is no night, or as Homer exquisitely describes it, where herds could graze undeterred by nightfall. The herdsman there, driving his cattle home, summons the sheep of his flocks abroad. The sleepless there might double wages earn, attending now the herds, now tending sheep for the night pastures. The Lystrigonians were also a giant people, kinsmen of the Cyclops. We are told, addicted like them to cannibalism, who reared herds of cattle and flocks of sheep, were worshippers of Poseidon, like the Cyclops and Cretans. Can there be any serious doubt but that Homer, whose geography may be said without hesitation to have been related to the regions of the Atlantic Ocean, and in no sense whatever to the Mediterranean, was describing the Norsemen dwelling in the northern parts of Norway, to which Odysseus' ship was blown, to the land of the midnight sun? Sir William Ridgway perhaps found no hesitation in pronouncing them the Norwegians. They were known also as the Formiae, a giant people who formed settlements in Libya, and were related probably to the Formoris or Formori of Irish legend, the Fomorians, a cruel but civilized maritime race who tyrannized over that island until they were ultimately defeated by the Didanan, who is the Tuatha Didanan, the sons of the, I think Thomas Sheridan explains it, the sons of the goddess Danu. I think that's right. Not the tribes of Dan. They were said in Hibernian legends to have ruled Ireland before the flood, a significant omission. Norse tradition mentioned an ancient cannibalistic race of giants, probably the same thing, who lived in Norway in the direction of the present Tromso, who dwelt according to one Orphic Argonautica, Cimmerians west of the Rhoipiae mountains. If Lystrigons lived in northern Norway, the inference in that the view of the Homer of the Aeolid island was no other than Shetland, and this is supported by the whole incidents of Odysseus' voyage from Orcus in the Orkney region to the Cyclops, and onward to Old Aeolus Island, all seemingly in the region of Lake Triton. The Pelastic Aeolids, extremely maritime, formed colonies in many parts of Asia, and their connection showed them to have been as Uranids, Chaldeo-Phoenicians. Incidentally, probably few lovers of Homer's works have considered seriously the reality of his immortal descriptions as a geographical factor. Nor have many asked themselves what serious truth lay behind his fabulous accounts and exaggerated characteristics, such as the narcotic habits of the Lotophagi, or the cannibalistic tendencies of the Cyclops, or the nightless day of the Lystrigons. True, he employs pure fantasy, as when he makes Aeolus give Odysseus the four winds in a bag, but it was allied to the idea that Boreas concealed the north wind in a cave, and behind it was the suggestion that Aeolus Island, part of Crete, was a region of varying and strong winds. In all these instances, let us remember that Homer was trimming his sails to appeal to the kinds of audience he had to entertain and to instruct. If, as a motive to widen the knowledge of his own age, he used mythology and extravagance to obtain his highlights suited to the mentality of his audience, his system was surely illegitimate. It may be asked, what connection may there be between the name of Aeolus and Shetland? In the north of the mainland lies the island of Yell, and there we may even perhaps recover the reference to the four winds of the island of Yell. Is separated from the mainland by the sound of Yell, through which the tides race and the winds blow frequently with hurricane force along that rocky channel with its precipitous cliffs in a region of the world peculiarly subject to unexpected and furious squalls. That this dreaded stretch of sea, known and feared in prehistoric times, is indicated by its unusual number of cairns, wow, ancient burial places of victims to the sea here, together with the remains of rude altars or shrines erected by those who escaped to watery grave in the perilous waters. Here indeed it may be said that the unruly winds and seas met, as they did notably in 1881, result in a grave disaster, and if there was not survived any stack attributed to old Aeolus, like the old man of Hoy in Orkney, Oilus, Hoy, yeah, works. Hoy. In Orkney, or the legendary old man Boreas, who held the north wind in the Fief in the cave below Mount Haemus in Thrace. There are in the Yell area many caves in whose depths the winds may be said to lie captured and hushed. Examine this name Yell in conjunction with Aeolus, Yol. For its pronunciation, it is to all intents purposes the same. Drop the suffix os or us. When the Greek root aeol or the Latin eul or eol becomes yell, or its slightest variation of it, then recollect Iulus was traditionally king of the Magnes, which named Pheres and Iulid adopted when he founded Magnesia and Thessaly, a strip of coast bordered by the Pagasian Bay and river Peneus, and situated opposite to Euboea, Euboea, or island of Mull. The name Magnes or Magnetes became a term to indicate a giant race, the giant race of Titans, and we find it used nowhere else except in Shetland and Norway, for Shetland patron is St. Magnus, to whom St. Magnus Cathedral in Lerwick is dedicated. And somewhat shadowy saint, this is true, but the name suffices, and there is a bay of the name, hence both Iulus and Magnus possess their name places in Shetland. And while on the subject of place names, I would add that it also preserves the unusual name of Ur of the Chaldees in the Villains of Ur, the Ura Firth, and in the Isle Strait of Uri near Yell. Ura, Uranus, last mentioned being the earliest conception of divinity known to us, succeeded under mysterious circumstances by his son Kronos Saturn, otherwise Baal, who, and that's another interesting thing. I talk about football and ball and bowl, football. Otherwise Baal, who was taken by Abraham to the south country and became the chief deity of the Israelites until a far later day. The suppression of Uranus by Cronus may be related in some manner with a dispute among the Chaldeans of Ur when Abraham received his conception of the celestial deity, according to Josephus in the following passage. He determined to renew and to change the opinion of all men happened to then to have concerning God, a bit like the Jesuits. For he was the first that ventured to publish this notion that there was but one God, the creator of the universe, and that as to other gods, each of them can only afford it according to his appointment and not by their own power. For which doctrines, when the Chaldeans and other people raised a tumult against him, he thought fit to leave that country and came and lived in the land of Canaan, which is another interesting book, The Curse of Canaan. Well worth reading or listening to. Someone plays the whole thing on YouTube. If you look it up, there's that Curse of Canaan, and there's a playlist in someone's channel. I don't know who, but book Curse of Canaan. Really interesting. Really interesting. It may be supposed that the foregoing, that Chaldeans had previously worshipped the gods that came newly up. Comets and meteors, the Elohim of Genesis or Elohim of the Phoenicians, until Abraham taught that the sun dominated the universe. So arrived the Saturnian age, called the Golden Age, and in view of the ceaseless search for gold, it was a true appellation. The age of Minos and Solomon was seeking gold in all parts, and it was more scientifically named Bronze Age, which superseded the earlier Brass era, the age where Crete, Atlas, Ur, and Phoenicians or Meropes or Pelasgi, and let me add, Solomon dominated the world with the living Hermes, the spiritual ruler above all monarchs. It preceded the flood. The flood, or more justly, the great catastrophe, destroyed the cult of Saturn, who became discredited to many, including the Egyptians, depicting to them as a malignant devil in the shape of an immense celestial serpent with 100 voices that spat lightning. Here's the old serpent of Revelation, who was cast into a bottomless pit of Hades for 1,000 years. But when, as we get further on in this book, you hear where Hades is, and where in the world it is, and where I'm from. Specifically to me, it's really interesting. The old serpent of Revelation, who was cast into a bottomless pit of Hades for 1,000 years. But superstition dies hard, and those who imagine this event was cast in the latitude of the Middle East may explain how less than a couple of centuries ago, in parts of the Scottish Highlands and in Ireland, whereas Christianity penetrated slowly into the minds of the conservative folk, Beltane fires were lighted up on Saturn on May Day on every hilltop, and persons walked through the fire of Bel. For this ancient survival, Highland housewives baked special cakes with small lumps or cones raised on the surface, like unleavened bread. Possibly it was a folk memory of the dreadful occasion when volcanic fires burned furiously in those regions. The original Hades, there we go, or underworld of Britain, a memory believed in by many nations, the very region of which traditionally Saturn or Satan was thrown under an island of Britain, according to Plutarch, with rocks and stones hurled upon him. Which region I have strongly suggested in my previous volume related to a strange little island of Staffa, that the same worship of Saturn or Molech was followed by the Hebrews long before they embraced the monotheistic faith of the god Jehovah. It is evidenced by many allusions to the burning of victims in the fires to Baal, a practice which actually continued until the overthrow of Jerusalem by the Chaldeans of Babylon. Nor is this similarity surprising when we grasp the truth that the historic history of the Bible relates to the ancient inhabitants of the North and to the British people in particular. Thus, we need no incongruity in due course if it transpires that not only was the island of Crete the motherland of men, regionally of the Chaldees, or that lay in the Uranid territories, but that the patriarch Abraham or Abram in early days led his followers to the south country, and that this same Crete, or from the adjoining Caledonian lands, and made his way to the southwest of England to Wessex, and erected his capital of Hebron, where now stands Avebury, and where he and his successors set up the immense serpentine temple, so where God presided over Hermes, the Chaldean ram, or Rama, or Ares ram, Abram. Thus may be understood how important it is that the reader should recognise the real situation and prehistoric importance of Crete. Full stop. Well, that's the end of that chapter. Chapter. So, the next chapter, collapse of the Cretan Empire. How long is that? Because I want to go to bed soon. Oh God, this is really. This is really good though. Oh, I should really watch it, read this, but I need to go to bed soon. And it's going to take ages. Oh God, anyway, so good chapter. No, I'm not going to do that now. But anyone who's still watching and enjoyed this, please give us a like, subscribe, whatever you want. Don't mind. Because it's going to go on for ages. Oh, wow. Look at it. Oh, there you go. Wow. Amazing picture. I don't know if you can see that. It's like labyrinths and caves, just like in Greek stories, but they're in Shetland. A labyrinth of lofty caverns on the Isle of Nos, Shetland. Was it the origin of the myth of the Cretan Minotaur? Nos. you. I am going to get back to this soon. Not now. I'm going to say goodnight. See, long time to go. So I'll try and come on tomorrow and read chapter 2, but it does take too long. There's no point starting it if I'm not going to finish it. Anyway, thanking you, anyone who's here, watching, anyone, people that liked, thank you. I'm not sure what I'm going to do now. I'm going to see you online. Hopefully London Man might be online still. Go and see what they're up to. But either way, thank you for coming by. Appreciate it. Remember to check out Tom Brooks, the Prehistoric Geometry channel. Brilliant. I might play that actually. Lovely. Very relaxing. Really calm voice. We'll do some art.
Good day to you. My name is Tom Brooks, and you find me in the Somerset home of journalist Jeff Ward and his wife Angela, to whom I'm just so grateful for the making of this documentary. The subject is prehistory. That period, long before written records of our past began to emerge, and in fact, reaching back more than halfway to the last ice age. A period known as the Mesolithic or Middle Stone Age. More particularly, we're to consider British prehistory, as examples of man's earliest works are to be found in greater profusion here than anywhere else in the world. Samples of the high-level camps, long barrows, mounds, cairns, and standing stones will appear on screen as we proceed. To acquaint you of their exceptionally durable nature, having lasted 6 millennia, while our later endeavours in historic time have crumbled into ruin. Beyond this even, I intend to leave you in no doubt that contrary to all expert opinion over the last 200 years or so, these British samples of the high-level camps, long barrows, mounds, cairns, and standing stones will appear on screen as we proceed. To acquaint you of their exceptionally durable nature, having lasted 6 millennia, while our later endeavours in historic time have crumbled into ruin. Beyond this even, I intend to leave you in no doubt that contrary to all expert opinion over the last 200 years or so, these British antiquities are not indiscriminately, randomly distributed across our landscape by primitive souls concerned mainly with death and ritual burial, but were laid out to a predetermined plan of such complexity and sophistication, to say nothing of profound accuracy, that there was obvious knowledge of geometric and mathematic properties allied to skilled surveying never before attributed to early man, and indeed confounding the accepted origin of mathematics itself.
I don't think that's working
What I
there.
aim to put before you has never previously been discovered, and from it I conclude that some gifted elite society existed in or visited these islands in Mesolithic time, and in the context of the barren, challenging environment of that time, possessed an intelligence level probably higher than that of today. My objective here is not to attempt how or why such a vast undertaking was contemplated and accomplished, but to provide convincing evidence that something very special indeed was etched into the British landscape so many centuries ago, the product of exceptionally fine minds. Already you will have seen on screen examples of the huge industry that has endured down the millennia, and in many instances appears as good today as when first built. Hilltops sculpted to a revised profile to provide more hospitable living conditions for a mixed population. Defensive ramparts, not to protect from their fellow man, as only a nationwide peaceable community could have designed and constructed such a network, but to provide a safe enclosure from the elements and undesirable wildlife, while the resulting ditches became the reservoirs for life's most important commodity, water. The high-level stations usually being above spring level. This work has been my lifetime hobby, beginning as a child when I became convinced that the 3 hills above my Devon village did not have natural profiles, but had been levelled and shaped due to some human intervention. This led later in life to the publication of my first book, not unsurprisingly entitled The Hand of Man. When 14, I spent 3 days on Hawksdown Camp above Seaton in Devon, drawing all I could see throughout 360 degrees, marvelling at the ingenuity of those who created such all-seeing safe havens. What we're seeing at the moment is Maiden Castle in Dorset, Europe's largest earthen enclosure. Amazingly sharp in every detail despite the passage of so many centuries, while here we arrived at Old Sarum, above today's Salisbury.
I'm going to go there soon.
Old Sarum is a classic example of an encampment gouged from the already flat surface of a high plateau, and by its very outline tells us that the ancients, apart from being highly industrious, knew more than a little about geometry. When 15 at Colleton Grammar School, we were being taught fundamental geometry with graphs, x and y coordinates, and the calculation of distance and direction between given points. The national grid was not yet in vogue, so I produced my own grid on the old 1-inch ordnance survey, using 16 half furlongs to the mile, and quickly linked the East Devon camps of Sidbury, Blackberry, and Musbury, a line I was to extend dramatically in later life, as you will shortly see.
Writing letters.
With the advent of the excellent Ordnance Survey metric national grid covering the entire country with an accuracy that Global Positioning Service has been unable to disturb, I began to study the relationship between our prehistoric sites and convinced myself that some guiding mathematical principle was involved in their arrangement, although I'm certainly not a mathematician. 25 years ago, I drew my own map of Wales and southern England, upon which I superimposed accurately all the major and many minor antiquities of the post-Ice Age period, plotted from the many hundreds of grid references I had collated. All the calculations used to produce what you're about to see stem from this early work that has remained unchanged down the years. That map is on screen now, and the mathematically based patterns you're about to see have all been overlaid upon it with not a suggestion of alteration.
You can't really see that, can you?
Please remember that the alignments, triangulation, distances, and resulting patterns have never previously been exposed by any other source. They have lain dormant on our landscape down the centuries, despite many sectors being used for transportation even today. I'm constantly reminded by those within the educational establishment that early man was primitive and his construction work random. Not only do I disagree, but I disagree emphatically, as this is utterly disrespectful to the elders, and I shall now set out to correct this unfounded misconception by illustrating just how advanced, how precise, and even how harmoniously geometric were their endeavors. First, let us try to visualize what it might have been like in Britain some 5,000 to 6,000 years before the present. Following the Ice Age, that had left northern Britain and Scandinavia under 3,000 feet of pack ice.
That's the front.
It would have taken many centuries for the ice to disperse, leaving large areas underwater, and the rivers that had formed being slow-moving with wide estuaries and a higher sea level. It's not difficult to visualize man seeking the highest ground per sanctuary from the intimidating and probably virulent wildlife with which they would have had to share the lower slopes, and from such high-level havens as we see here from these wonderful aerial photographs by Jason Hawkes, it would have been possible to communicate with their fellow man and create trackways between. Their long barrows, with secure, comfortable chambers designed not as tombs, but short-term rest houses for the traveller, together with mound and stone waymarks, would allow them to construct a network of navigation and communication at high level. Would allow them to construct a network of navigation and communication at high level from coast to coast. Let me show you how this was done by moving to the second of a series of diagrams that should immediately cause even the most skeptical to pay attention, because this is not opinion, but fact that exists on our landscape today and verifiable by the Ordnance Survey and GPS. It has to be confessed that the detail of these charts is more apparent if and when projected to large format, but we're dealing with a very large area where detail unavoidably becomes compressed. Here we see 3 sites, one being no more than a single standing stone on Lundy Island in the Bristol Channel. The second, to the north, a high encampment, well removed from the hotbed of antiquity in Wiltshire, where exist the 3 World Heritage Sites of Avebury, Stonehenge, and Silbury Hill. The third of our trio is the Great Pyramid of Silbury, Europe's largest mounded edifice, never before discovered or even hinted at. Almost every line you see here, and this is by no means all, represents 2 prehistoric sites registered as ancient monuments set equidistantly from the third. 2 prehistoric sites set equidistantly from the third. Most, but not all, are perfectly in alignment whilst being equidistant. Now, why has it taken so long for this simple state of affairs to be recognized? It has existed for millennia, yet today I find those...
Just want to point out on my hands I've got a paint from his painting earlier, so anyone who's got some more stuff on his hand is paint.
Who are most concerned with our antiquities as their profession have their faces firmly set against even the likelihood of there being a formalized layout to them. The equidistant setting of such sites is common throughout the entire review area of southern Britain here, while for clarity I have shown a very small number simply to illustrate the concept. It is this very attention by the elders to equality of spacing that takes us unexpectedly to geometry, because 3 sites aligned and equally spaced provide the base for the launch of countless isosceles triangles, where a distant apex can be created at the same spacing from the 2 outer points and at right angles to the midpoint. Thus, we have triangles with 2 equal sides and the bases bisected at 90 degrees, a combination of isosceles and Pythagorean properties, supposedly not discovered for another 2.5 millennia. Such geometry, by repetition over varying distance, can produce a variety of harmonious patterns on the landscape, as we shall see, by exploring the permutation available to us. Being out of alignment is not an error, as what is to follow shows that a nationwide system of isosceles triangles, that's triangles with 2 sides being equal, formed an interlocking network from coast to coast. Note particularly how many of the lines cross seaways unerringly to reach targets on land.
Yeah.
But we must not make the mistake of assuming that the logic of the ancients was the same as ours, and perhaps they did not identify the isosceles as a triangle at all, merely 2 points equidistant from a third. Before leaving this chart, it can be observed that a green horizontal line runs east from Lundy Island, Standing Stone, by way of Quantock's Head Mound on the North Somerset coast, all the way to Stonehenge. Now this is important, as it is another of Lundy's radiations using Quantock's Head as its exact midway marker, exact to the meter.
To the meter?
Halfway to, or perhaps from, Stonehenge.
Exact to the meter?
Again, by projecting at right angles from this line at Lundy, one arrives at Castle Door to the south in Cornwall,
there.
and to Fol-Dragon in the Welsh Preseli Mountains to the north, this being the area which was the source of the bluestones that were transported all the way to become part of the structure of Stonehenge. Equidistance and Pythagorean triangles to answer the question of why the bluestones at Stonehenge, perhaps? This close-up with distances indicated makes clear 2 things. 1, how remarkably precise is the survey, and 2, it could not possibly come about by chance, but was the result of most careful pre-planning that provides the reason for Silbury Hill being what and where it is. From this, we, some 6,000 years later, can learn that the ultimate isosceles triangle is a straight line of 3 points, equally spaced. Beginning with this simple chart, I hope to persuade you that soundly based geometric principles were understood and practiced here in southern England and Wales at least 6 millennia ago and converted into an enduring lattice of communication with breathtaking precision. Having shown that Silbury Hill sat at the centre of a radiating series of spokes whose lengths were paired, let us see if the Great Cone has any other significant role to play in the scheme of things.
Great Cone.
The qualified experts would tell you no, because they've dug into it, they've driven tunnels and shafts, flown over it, televising, filming, and imploring it to give up its secrets, but all to no avail. Yet it is the biggest earthwork of all. Why should this be?
I don't think it is.
Surely its scale should indicate its importance.
I think it's bigger.
Contradicting the experts, I say yes to the question of its significance, but the secret does not lie within the mound itself. There's no buried treasure, no hidden astronomical clock as I've heard described.
Okay, some quartz now then.
First, it is where it is that's important. Within the main landmass of the British Isles, it is the centre of gravity, so to speak, of navigation, being the fulcrum for travel from Wales to Kent, Sussex and Essex, from East Anglia to Devon, Cornwall and the Scilly Isles, and perfectly positioned on the north-south axis that links the south coast of England with the Midlands, the north and Scotland, by remaining overland and crossing no seaways nor major estuaries. Note too how projecting from Silbury through the northwest and southwest extremities of Wales encompasses all of Ireland precisely. Silbury is perfectly positioned and chosen to act as the hub or epicenter of a national
when I finish this, I'm going to come and say hello.
Geometric lattice work.
But that's the stuff that you can see that.
Our 7th chart has Silbury firmly in focus, depicting what I believe could have been the method used to expand the planned system by establishing 2 units at matching distances from the chalk giant of the Marlborough Downs. By then connecting these 2 units and extrapolating into the far distance, alignments could be created from coast to coast to any desired orientation, that being important, they control the orientation of the alignment. Here we see 8 such examples never previously discovered, all linked to Silbury, and there are many more. The length of each triangular side are given on the chart, indicating the accuracy to within 100 or so meters regardless of distance. Even these discrepancies can be accounted for by many of the sites being as much as 4 or even 500 meters in dimension, and it being difficult to assign an exact 100-meter grid reference to them. Most of the measuring points within the ancient system are marked by small tumuli, cairns, or standing zones. Such was their desire for precision. Many high-altitude encampments contain tumuli, such as Fort de Gran here, or Yarnbury in Wiltshire, where it was at one time just outside the ramparts, but has since been embraced within. The exact measuring point could thus have been a tumulus or a cairn originally, or even a stone that was later enclosed within a much larger compound and then perhaps lost. But Lambert's Castle, Bilston Pen, Bratton Camp, and many others contain small mounds within to this day. Similarly, with grid references being at 100-meter intervals, it's equally difficult to categorize a small tumulus or cairn about 10 meters across, or even a standing stone, using the 100-meter reference. So we must become adjusted to deviations of this order being acceptable, because we're dealing with countrywide triangulation extending over hundreds of kilometers. This then is how I believe controlled expansion could have developed using features allied to Silbury to form isosceles, then following by linear progression to establish points further afield. To advance to multi-unit development, we can turn to the next chart as an exercise in reaching various points of the compass by combining the triangulation and alignment to establish a nationwide pattern. Again, based on Silbury, A. Establish long barrows at, in this instance, Chettle, and then Pen Hill in Somerset that are equally spaced from the Great Mound. B. Extend the two, first to Kai Castle and Fanfort in Wales, and then back along the line to Christchurch Castle on the south coast. With Silbury and Kai Castle as base, seek an apex northwards and you arrive at Berry Bank in Staffordshire. If now, D, you extend Silbury and Chettle, you arrive at Bindon Camp on the south coast of England, and then drop a perpendicular from Berry Bank in the north to Bindon, and you will find that equidistance exists at Lundy Island Standing Stone and High Rocks in Kent, from which we can construct, let us call it, a prism, with not a pair of equal sides, but 2 pairs of equal sides over great distance. Now, without GPS, could a group of university undergraduates do this today with an absolutely barren landscape? Here, though, we have 2 extensive alignments exclusive to this presentation that convey convincingly the influence of Silbury Hill. Every station along the 2 alignments is connected to Silbury and one other ancient site by the isosceles principle. Every single site. The triangulation being shown by colour variation. The line from West Wales reaches 428 kilometres from Black Point on the west coast to Broaddown Tumulus on the Kent coast. That's an incredible achievement in itself, yet at every stage of progress it's contacted by Silbury. The second line reaches northeast from Shipton Fort in Dorset to Thetford Mound in Norfolk, and on the way it collects 12 stations, including Stonehenge, every one of them possessing an isosceles partner to Silbury. By any standard, but certainly by those we may have expected to pertain at the time, this is remarkable practical geometry and exceptional surveying. While the civil engineering is unmatched in that these ancient structures are there for us to see because they have long outlasted anything built since prehistoric time.
Wow, look at that. See that face?
We now begin to be more seriously involved in geometry by learning that these previously undiscovered alignments are, in a manner of speaking, harnessed by a pair of equally spaced outriders that connect equally with each aligned site. This line from B36 Griffin Point in Cornwall to Barham-Tumnus in Kent extends over 431 kilometres, taking in 17 units from the past, including Sidbury, Blackberry and Musbury, that I first aligned when I was 15 in Devon, as I mentioned at the outset.
What man?
All this is established on a barren, undulating landscape with many natural hazards and presumably no instrumentation for guidance. Of course, Silbury was not the only monument to be in triangulation, as in turn every site had such a role to perform to a more or less degree, and geometric patterns, all truly accurate in every detail, can be constructed on any of them, as I propose to demonstrate. This enabled every corner of this sea-bound land to be contacted using a known, predetermined system with assured mathematical accuracy. This is a complex pattern, using just a small percentage of Silbury's equal-sided contacts. And here is another based on Stonehenge with far-reaching results. Note that by linking the apexes of each of the isosceles triangles with the equal sides, a further cross-country straight track is created. It's my belief that although Stonehenge was an integral part of the original scheme, enabling alignments from Silbury and Avebury to reach today's Christchurch in Hampshire, it started life merely as an embanked standing stone. But through the passage of time, just as today, there was much more activity in the south than in the north, and Stonehenge became a more important confluence, requiring a structure to reflect its status. A particularly interesting throughway starts, for example, at Mayenne Castle in Cornwall, passes through Exeter and what is today's Honiton High Street, and then Stockland Little Castle to Stonehenge, and thence continues on right into Essex to Loughton Camp. And along it, these short sections are often still in existence, but they're classified as Roman roads. But the ancient British surveyed them many centuries earlier. This is a long barrow not far from where I now live in Somerset. It is known as the Wellow Long Barrow. Still more or less as built all those thousands of years ago, with single stone dormitories within and stone entrance that includes an ammonite usually associated with lower contours. This, like Bellas Knapp, the West Kennet Long Barrow, and many others across the country, would have provided fine overnight
it's the best one to go to.
Construction groups working on large projects such as Avebury and Stonehenge. The far-reaching nature of the patterning is typical, as you will see, and it is this feature of accuracy over such great distance that I find perplexing, as normal line-of-sight methods would have been hard. Such great distance that I find perplexing, as normal line-of-sight methods would have been hard put to reproduce it, crossing broad waterways in territory of varying altitude. Hidden within this chart are some results that are crucial to promoting the case for remarkably precise surveying being the province of the ancient British. Quite apart from the high number of aligned features equidistant from Wellow, there are as many as 12 positioned at the same distance from this fine dormitory. In addition, there are 2 that are separated by twice the distance of the other 12, indicating that fixed increments were adopted, something we know to be true from calculations where other units are concerned. It would be wrong to conjecture that such distances represent, say, a day's travel, as the values vary from one generator to another, and seem to be more concerned with where the generator is strategically on the landmass. Nevertheless, fixed distances abound from Wellow to all points of the compass, and must be considered highly significant when building the case for geometric foundation. Wellow was impressive. Glastonbury tall, more so. Yet not surprising, as it sits so beautifully positioned and prominent on its Isle of Avalon to act as a sentry, a signpost, or a beacon to all points in the west and southwest of England, including the Scilly Isles. Glastonbury has always been recognised as an important node in the prehistoric firmament, and this display makes it abundantly clear. Triangulation in all its forms appears to emanate from this romantic landmark and the Somerset levels that in prehistoric times would have been submerged by seawater from the Bristol Channel. That it should stand so tall and conspicuous in an otherwise featureless, drenched landscape of the time is due either to an aberration of nature or again the hand of man, perhaps a combination of the two. But certainly the earliest surveyors took full advantage of its situation to dominate, control, and link the entire southwest with the rest of the south of England and Wales. Now, this I rarely mention for fear of ridicule, but the work we're examining is of such profound quality, such high quality, that assistance by or intervention from some outside agency has often hovered in my mind. Could those we've always considered primitive have been capable of creating such an advanced network, or were they assisted or directed from without? Are there any clues to suggest the hand of others with a more, perhaps a futuristic grasp and technological expertise? Could these delta wing aerofoil formations offer us a glimpse? Remember, every site of which these advanced designs are formed is a registered antiquity under the protection of English heritage. It's fully documented and specifically acknowledged and labelled on our latest Ordnance Survey maps. There can be no misleading information, and every diagram placed before you is set on an exact photo-digital copy of the original master. It is extraordinary geometry, unlike any other to be found elsewhere, being faithful, all-embracing, so advanced in execution, yet believed by generations of trained experts to be the rambling endeavours of basic primitive humans. The boomerang or delta aerofoil device is recognized as being the most efficient yet simple design associated with flight. Yet here we see it in abundance mirrored on the British landscape. And have you spotted that each lower wingtip forms the Cornwall to Kent alignment that I stumbled upon in my youth? The work of primitives. Again, the distances involved that make such formations possible are all logged on this chart, although easier to read when projected at larger scale. It is the distances you see calculated that perhaps offer the most significant clue, because as accurate and matching as they are flat plane as measured above the ground. Not geographic to account for hills and valleys to be traversed. It's worth repeating. Flat plane as measured above the Earth's surface.
I'm going to play that again, and I'm going to change the lighting so you can see where the picture of what it is that when he says this, the picture of the background, and for me particularly, is so important. It's unbelievable.
And matching as they are flat plane as as measured above the ground. Not geographic to account for hills and valleys to be traversed.
Right, no.
It's worth repeating. Flat plane as measured above the Earth's surface. We have witnessed triangulation and alignments associated with specific subjects.
Let's go back to what
But
he
is there
says there.
anything that reaches across the
And
board,
Brent, no.
east to
When
west,
we're
north to south,
particularly
embodying all
close
that
to
we've
what I
witnessed
talk
so
about
far?
and all this stuff.
The bigger picture, as it were.
Okay, this is what he says. Have you spotted that each lower wing tip forms the Cornwall to Kent alignment that I stumbled upon in my youth? The work of primitives. Again, the distances involved that make such formations possible are all logged on this chart, although easier to read when projected at larger scale. It is a distance you see calculated that perhaps offer the most significant clue being because as accurate and matching as they are flat plane as measured above the ground, not geographic to account for hills and valleys to be traversed. It's worth repeating. Flat plane as measured above the Earth's surface. We have witnessed triangulation and alignments associated with specific subjects, but is there anything that reaches across the board, east to west, north to south, embodying all that we've witnessed so far? The bigger picture, as it were, there are many, but this should suffice to cement the proposition already submitted of a geometric device that reaches all corners of our irregularly shaped landmass with exact equidistant triangulation, starting in Wales, finishing in Kent, but as always paying respect to Silbury Hill. This is geometry on a vast scale, geometry that is imaginative and sophisticated, geometry that is truly prehistoric apart from the obvious visual symmetry of the layout. There are refinements that might escape the notice of the casual viewer, but double triangle, for example, first of Gog in Wales to its appendix Breedon on the hill, back down to Silbury Hill, then I extend into Wales, back up to Breedon Hill and through Silbury at Chisbury Camp on the Stray Plain. Add this to a triangle side that starts at Ham Hill. It's not quite right the way it's typed. Ham Hill, Mow Stone Circle, far north in, doesn't say properly. That's a shame. But the point I'm making is what he's saying about it being a flat plane, even with all the hills and what in it, they still are all able to line up perfectly. I'm no flat earther, but I am open to the fact that it could be a flat plane within something. I think it's just a massive, huge plane. But there's no reason why it can't still be part of the planet. I think the whole no such thing as space thing not good enough answer for me, just because NASA film their stuff and like swimming pools and spray the hair up, and obviously there's something wrong with that, but that ain't a good enough argument to say that there's no such thing as space. There might not be such thing as space, but there's a big chance there could be.
Many, but this should suffice to.
But the fact he talked about it on the specific spot, which is the most like personable to me and my nephew, who's big into this. And when he's seen it, he was like, "Wow, Uncle Phil, this is crazy, crazy synchronicities." And this is just one of many. And it was 144 when I was talking about that. Oh my god, I didn't even notice it was 144.
Meant the proposition already submitted of a geometric device that reaches all corner of our irregularly shaped landmass with exact equidistant triangulation, starting in Wales and finishing in Kent, but as always paying respect to Silbury Hill. This is geometry on a vast scale, geometry that is imaginative and sophisticated, geometry that is truly prehistoric. Apart from the obvious visual symmetry of the layout, there are refinements that might escape the notice of the casual viewer. The double triangle, for example, first of Gwyhelog in Wales to its apex Breedon on the hill and back down to Silbury Hill. Then extended to Long Cairn in Wales, go back up to Breedon Hill and return through Silbury to Chiselbury Camp on the Salisbury Plain. Add to this the triangle side that starts at Hart Hill Moor Stone Circle in the far north in Derbyshire and run to its base at Horton in Gloucestershire, but then continues on without deflection at all to form the side of another isosceles at Beacon Knap on the south coast of Dorset from top to bottom of our map. Similarly, Maiden Bower to Egbury, a distance of 89.207 kilometres, continues in a perfectly straight line a further distance of 89.566 kilometres to form the side of a more southerly triangle with apex at Donington Barrow. Quite superb plotting by the elders of 3 high-altitude sites aligned and equidistant, including crossing the Thames at the lowest point on its 180-kilometre journey. All this to say nothing of the baseline through Wales to Lundy Island being able to project the 200 miles and more to Kent. Perhaps, though, the most telling feature lies along the string from Wales through Silbury to Four Hill Tumulus on the Sussex coast. This line provides the base vertices from which spring at least 7 isosceles triangular formations from Four Hill Tumulus to Oakhanger Tumulus, Egbury, Silbury Hill, Horton, Broad Rock in Wales, Gwyhelog, and Pendinos Loughdin, and in itself confounds the doubters by placing those stations at fixed increments or multiples of these increments from the Welsh west coast through Silbury to the South Sussex coast, a phenomenon I would suggest is beyond the refuge of coincidence. Could this possibly be chance, coincidence, or what the unbelieving mathematicians term statistical probability? If, like me, you enjoy finding formal designs where none was supposed to exist among the seemingly muddled assortment of antiquities in Britain, then you will take pleasure in the next 2 arrangements on offer. One of the criticisms levelled at my work by the educational establishment is that due to the number of
this what should be played by the educational establishment in every school in the UK, if not the world.
Available, it would be
because everywhere you go, you should be able to do the same, and then big power centres in each country and each area of the world that will line up.
Possible to construct any pattern. Naturally, I disagree with this, and I disagree on the basis that when I head off to any particular point in the compass, I'm naturally disregarding and moving away from the vast majority of prehistoric units and setting targets that are often quite remote and detached from the main body. I have deliberately selected 2 such features, isolated by several kilometers from any other, and by way of the next 2 visuals, I'm able to show that regardless of distance and such remoteness, the ancient surveyors were well able to create aligned trackways paired with exactitude that arrived without deviation at the chosen
In the
destination.
middle there,
The first
green barren.
exactitude that arrived without deviation at the chosen destination.
That
The
little
first
triangle
target
there.
is Warham Camp near the Norfolk coast, whose nearest neighbour is Holcombe Camp, some 8 kilometres distant to the northwest, while there's no prehistoric site at all on its eastern side. Yet time and again we can triangulate into its ramparts from great distance, resulting in the most artistic design we see here, formed of adjacent triangulated darts and kites, as I
Amazing.
term them, that cover all of eastern England. Again, the matching distances are all made clear on the chart when viewed at larger scale, confirming
That's the rig,
absolutely the isosceles confirmation of all the designs displayed in this filmlet. Moving on, we find 2 stations, Berrybank in Staffordshire, as remote as Warham previously, coupled with Carn Pentrich on the distant North Wales Peninsula, to give us this pleasing arrangement of kites and darts to cover most of the south of England in one broad sweep.
Look at that.
Returning to the contentious point of high-density site arrangement making patterning easy to achieve, I would draw your attention to E14 Tuanaberry Camp down on the bottom Hampshire coast, or B36 Griffin Point on the Cornish coast to the left, and J33 to the north, Carn Pentrich in far North Wales, each being what could only be described as isolated, yet comfortably targeted by the ancient geniuses. I feel it should be possible to rest my case here, but if there are any lingering doubts, I would like to think that what follows will dispel them entirely, such is the scope and precision of the combination of exact alignment, isosceles triangulation, and equidistant spacing combined with a pair of outriders covering, in all, almost 500 kilometres or 300 miles, crossing the whole of southern England, and yet still managing to pierce Silbury Hill. It's one to savour. Suffolk to the Scilly Isles, with Tump-covered in Gloucestershire, and Old Sarum in Wiltshire holding the reins, and paired distances so close as to be inseparable. By the very simplicity of this diagram, the geometric properties that I claim were in common usage by our elders come sharply into focus for us to consider their exceptional ability. Was there a single, unified, cohesive package that embodied all that has gone before and perhaps formed the basis of a communication network? I believe there was, and the version I offer is constructed solely by the isosceles triangle to cover the entire review area of southern Britain. It consists of a series of spirals emanating from Silbury Hill that combines initially with the more renowned and Barbary Castle, from which spring an ever-expanding adjacent isosceles sequence, both clockwise and counterclockwise, always trailing inwards to existing sites, to reach the farthest flung prehistoric corners of these islands. The research is confined to the area shown existing sites, to reach the farthest flung isosceles sequence, both clockwise and counterclockwise, always trained inwards to existing sites, to reach the farthest flung prehistoric corners of these islands. The research is confined to the area shown due to the printing limitations, but it's my opinion that the geometric methods employed enable the surveyors comfortably to reach Ireland, the north of England and Scotland, as well as the Channel Isles and France. St. Michael's Mount fits comfortably into our scheme, and it is but a short step to Mont Saint-Michel in France, while there are long barrows on the Channel Isles, in Holland and in Germany. Silbury Hill could well have been the hub of a network spiralling outwards across northern Europe. What was the purpose of all this vast civil engineering work that combined hill settlements, long barrows, mounded tumuli, cairns, standing stones, and stone circles?
You see that?
As suggested earlier, the encampments were prominent sanctuaries for a mixed population
Someone didn't like
while
that.
the long barrows were rest houses for transients or construction teams. The mounds in the softer lowlands, cairns and stones in the more rugged high country acted as waymarks to signpost the routes between the permanent shelters and the safe settlements. Triangulation ensured that the connections between sites were of a straight-line nature, or what might be described as line of sight, although this is unlikely in view of the vast distances involved. It is thus not inconceivable that routes between the prehistoric units followed the straight pattern that has become associated with the much later Roman invader. In fact, the Roman sections were an amalgam of many short, straight tracks that often took them in a rather circuitous route towards their destination, inferring that they made use of and probably resurfaced any ancient British section that suited them. What this chart indicates is that all sections of trackways attributed to Rome do, in fact, align exactly to much older British antiquities, demonstrating that many of today's main roads owe their origins to the ancient pioneers. Evidence to support this is provided by the Romans adopting many British settlements for their military garrisons, such as Wimbledon, East Hampstead, Silchester, and Badbury Rings, while the Normans, later still, took over many with prominent mounds, as at Marlborough, to be relabelled as mottes at Silchester and Badbury Rings, while the Normans, later still, took over many with prominent mounds, as at Marlborough, to be relabelled as mottes and surrounded by fortified defences. There are numerous lengths of modern roads with no apparent association with historic invasion at all, leaving us with a quite separate reminder of what went before. A case in point is 4 Marks High Street in Hampshire, that is lined upon Powderham Motte at one end and Hinton Abner engineering work that often took them in a rather circuitous indicates is that all sections of trackways attributed to Rome do, in fact, align exactly to much older British antiquities, demonstrating that many of today's main roads owe their origins to the ancient pioneers. Evidence to support this is provided by the Romans adopting many British settlements for their military garrisons, such as Wimbledon, East Hampstead, Silchester, and Badbury Rings, while the Normans, later still, took over many with prominent mounds, as at Marlborough, to be relabelled as mottes and surrounded by fortified defences. There are numerous lengths of modern roads with no apparent association with historic invasion at all, leaving us with a quite separate reminder of what went before. A case in point is 4 Marks High Street in Hampshire, that is lined upon Powderham Motte at one end and Hinton Abner tumulus at the other. All the work on this chart has been checked by most careful calculation and found to home in faultlessly on ancient high-level constructions, often prominently sited tumuli in southern England with clear viewing over considerable distance in what would have been a clearer, unpolluted atmosphere than we have today. There is something reassuring in realizing that as we tread such straight tracks today, we're acknowledging the geometric capability of distant ancestors. What you have seen here is but a small, albeit essential part of the data and propositions I could put forward to advance the case for a superior intelligence having existed in these islands, but this must suffice for now. Most of it I've known for a quarter of a century, but have been unable to win acceptance or find anyone in position of authority to show interest. Should you acquire this recording, you will have joined a small, elite, open-minded body, for which I thank you, and I wish you well.
Amazing. Amazing little series. There's always one thing, but it's broken down to like 9.25 minute videos. But I can only recommend that video. I can't recommend it enough. It's so helpful on many levels. It also creates a bit of a like, oh god, so where does all the rest of the stuff fit into it? Like the flat Earth thing, I'm like fully. No, I'm not against flat Earth at all. I'm just against all the bullshit that goes with it. I think it could be a number of things. I don't think it could just be one thing. I'm fully into the hollow Earth theory. I think it's a multiple of it all. I think it's a bit of everything. But it doesn't really matter. The arguments they just argue against each other rather than being like, oh, it could be a combination of all of them. Let's work together. That's what I'm saying. Could be, might not be. Not is or isn't, because we don't know. And anyone that tries to tell you that they know, I should seriously not listen to them, because they don't know. There are things that people physically know, and there are only things that they can argue about. They physically know. Any other argument apart from it might be or it might not be is just any argument against that is a waste of time, because they don't know. As my nephew would say to me, trust Uncle Phil. I'm like, trust? There's no way I would trust what you're saying about this, because you're just saying what someone else is saying, and we don't know, and they don't. Many blessings to you all. I'm hoping London Man is still alive. I'll pop in and say hello. But apart from that, hope you enjoyed that. I hope I've been able to keep up my reading. I'm glad I've done it because I've learned a lot. Anyway, muchas gracias. Hasta luego. Ciao for now.